Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 1, Conflict of the Holy Swords. Conflict of the Holy Swords. Epilogue Episode Summary. After the end of the Thousand-Year Blood War, Ichigo set out to train and gain greater experience in the desire to better prepare himself to take over as the future leader of the Shinigami. This mission took him from Kyoto, across Europe, and to the center of the Middle East, training and refining his abilities. He trained in senjutsu, spearmanship, magic, statecraft, and assassination under different masters of each skill, meeting and befriending many figures from the different realms and pantheons. Main among these were the Archangel Michael, the devils Cersex Lucifer and Seraphol Leviathan, the god of the dead Hades, and his masters, Skathak and the first Hassan. When he finished his studies abroad, he returned to Japan and back to his wives and children to be a proper father while being made a captain in the Godai to train his leadership skills before taking full command. All while keeping in contact with the various leaders around the world. As Ichigo did that, his allies back home continued their own training and growth. Yuryu strengthened himself as the new Quincy King, steadily building up their numbers once more to become the main force of the living world unit of the Godai, occupying the shadow side. Squad 15 now consists of Quincy, Foolbringers, witches and wizards to manage dragons, and yokai. Various candy shops would spring up around Japan to act as bases and bureaus for Squad. Tatsuki refined her martial arts and learned senjutsu. Chad and Jackie took the remaining Foolbringers and went out to find more and recruit them. Orihime gathered more familiars, and Rukia became captain of Squad. The Arankar rebuilt the castle of Las Noches under the direction of Haribel and were likewise building their numbers, civilizing the dread desert and culling the rampaging mindless hollows and dark dragons. The yokai of Japan have been doing their part, putting in great efforts to strengthen themselves after the attempted genocide of the Nekisho people by the hands of the Nibirius devils. The act was thwarted with Soul Society's aid, and for the sake of peace the devils relegated their activity to only the Kuo area of Japan. When the original overseer was mysteriously assassinated, Kuo's devil rule come under the authority of Rias Gremory, sister to the leader of the devil faction. Wanting to prevent another assassination of an overseer, Soul Society sent Orihime Inoue Kurosaki to Kuo Academy as the home EC teacher and the club advisor to Gremory's occult research club, keeping an eye on her and her entire peerage as they performed their duties and try to keep Kuo peaceful. Things started shaking up when the fallen angels of the Grigori tried killing one Issei Hayato, whom Rias would turn into a devil. From there it would be revealed that Issei possessed the power of the sacred gear, boosted gear, and was partnered with the heavenly dragon Drake. Issei would prove his worth to his mettle by fighting back against the fallen angels that tried to kill him, saving a new friend and ally in the process, and again when he pushed himself beyond normal limits to free Rias from an unwanted engagement while also winning her heart. All of this was observed by the Godai, making sure devil matters stayed their own concern. Unfortunately, that would change when one Yudo Kiba came across a mad exorcist wielding a stolen sword. Kuo Town, Squad 15 Bureau Soul Dragon Candy Shop. The bases were always in small out-of-the-way locations in the various cities, never anyway obvious, never drawing too much attention, but never anywhere truly inconvenient for those that sought to use it. This one was a simple two-story building with a sign that read, Soul Dragon Candy, with a small Photoshop banner of a petite girl with golden amber eyes and white hair in a stereotypical witch's outfit riding atop a cartoonish dragon. One wall was lined with old retro arcade games while the opposite side had jars and canisters filled with various candies and sweets. The day was ending and the shop was closing for the day, leading to the coming exchange. Bye. See you next time, Kaneko. A woman with shoulder-length red hair called out to a petite teen with white hair wearing the Kuo school uniform and carrying a bag of candy. She's such a cute mascot. The woman said as she shut the doors and put up the closed sign. Hey Kigo. You ever feel bad about bugging her and her friends with that surveillance bacteria? She asked her friend and coworker who was counting the money from the register. Can't be helped, Chizuru. The man said as he closed the machine. Gremory and Citri are persons of interest and have to be kept safe. Ichigo said he'd rather not have to stop Selzen or Serafall if they went on a rampage because their precious little sisters got hurt. Chizuru Honsho, a redhead with red half-framed glasses wearing a pink shirt with blue jeans, and Kigo Asano, a slim man with shaggy brown hair wearing a beige shirt and slacks with a brown jacket, both are human members of the Living World unit of the Godai, working as intelligence and support in Kuoh. I'm more surprised that they made it so easy. In exchange for helping with advertisement as the store mascot, Kaneko Toju will receive 2,500 yen an hour for shoots and a free bag of candy each month. Chizuru said, reciting the deal they made with the young devil as she continued to close the shop. They never checked if it was altered in any way and we never said she had to share, only encouraged it. They don't even suspect Orihime. Which is honestly pretty fair. Kigo continued with a laugh. Orihime's gotten much scarier over the years. Must come from being a mother, saintly and airhead in appearance, but she's got eyes all over that school. Not to mention how aggressive she dash. Guys! Come check this out. They heard their third teammate call out over the intercom. They quickly made their way to the back room and pulled up one of the mats, revealing a hatch. They pulled it open and jumped inside, entering a small elevator with buttons that read observation, rest, and training. They pressed the observation button and felt the machine move them down a level, opening to a series of 14 monitors in front of a man in a chair. Each monitor was a first-person view and had the vitals of each devil infected with the surveillance bacteria. The one that was biggest at the moment was one that read, Yudo Kiba, showing a dark road in the middle of a rain-drenched night, facing against a man with chin-length white hair, red eyes, a dark cassock and white clothes underneath, wielding a long blade akin to a kris sword with a diamond-shaped center and spiked guard that was radiating an orange aura. Wait, isn't that freed Selzen? Chizuru asked, surprised to see the deranged exorcist again. Where has he been? Mizuiro? Mizuiro Kojima was their third and was agreed to handle the monitoring of the devils since Kigo and Chizuru admitted they'd probably spend more time perving on the teen girls while Mizuiro preferred older women. The man himself had chin-length black hair and was wearing a white button-up shirt with a blue tie and gray pants. No idea. He just challenged Kiba to a fight with his Excalibur sword. Mizuiro said, shocking them as the fight came to an end with Freed fleeing because of a summons. We need to report this back to Soul Society. Get ready to receive guests, I'm betting this will get our bureau booked. He told the two as he started composing a report back to Soul Society. Earlier that same day, Soul Society. For centuries the divide was clear, a sparkling white city in the center with a system of towns and cities spread out in a series of districts. The nobility and military mainly focused within the Siriidii in the center and the various souls that don't make the cut left to make some kind of life in the many Rokon districts. Never a paradise, just a harsher life to lead until they finally move on to reincarnate. 10 years ago, with the removal of the corrupt leadership at the time, revolution came and life was actively starting to improve. The impoverished districts further from the center were slowly started to recover as businesses, training academies, and the power of the Godai strengthened to the point that it could reach and bring order to the harsh lower districts. While still meant for normal souls to live out the remainder of their lives before going through the cycle of rebirth, it became less awful. Now the cities were cleaner with more stable structures rather than ramshackle slums and people were actually willing to talk to each other. Especially after the Dragon Initiative. Off to the west, in the hidden side of the city of London, was the headquarters of the West Branch of Soul Society known as the Wing Bind Agency, mainly dealing with the management and rearing of dragons and draconic beings. In preparation for the war with the Quincy, Yuryu Ishida went to reverse London in an effort to try and find anything useful to the war effort. While he did pick up some useful tools, materials, and skills, he found much greater value and potential in the dragons and what impact they'd have to Soul Society and the Godai as a whole. After the war, his proposal was accepted by both branches of the Soul Society and they worked together to offer the other what they could utilize the best. Now the Soul Society's Rokon district stretched out a full 100 in each direction, with ranches filled with various creatures that were considered draconic by the members of Wing Bind for farming food items and crafting materials. There was a type of dragon for everything, and managing those creatures brought an economic boom to the Rukon, though now they filled the skies and landscape of the realm. This was the modern-day Soul Society. Soul Society, Squad 2 Barracks. Sitting at an opulent desk was Yashiro Shihuin, captain of the 2nd Division and current head of the Shihuin family. He had long purple hair with golden eyes and dark brown skin, a slim figure of lean muscles, wearing the standard black shihakusho of the Shinigami with a white haori over top with the kanji for 2 in the middle of the back to signify his rank and division command. As he was going over recent reports on training in his division and more experimental assassination styles, something lurked about in the rafters above him. Seemingly unaware of it, he kept working as the stalker slowly crept closer, finding the perfect chance, and then jumping to their prey. "Nice try, Yuichi," the captain said before twisting around and snatching his nephew from the air, a happy smile on both of their faces. "Ditched your mom and sister again?" he asked while ruffling the kid's orange locks, all while the kid laughed. Yuichi Shihuin was the child of Ichigo and Yoruchi Shihuin, bearing the clan's dark skin but having his father's orange hair and brown eyes, and a troublemaker. "I just wanted to come see you, Uncle Shiro," the kid said with a giggle. "Mom wanted to stuff me in formal wear for today's ceremony." Hearing that stunned Yashiro, who looked at the clock and took a sharp intake of breath. "Ah, crud," the captain said as he set his nephew down. "We have to go, Yuichi. Maybe if we get there before Sis, she won't force you into one of those stuffy formal robes." That's when both of them felt their skulls shake as a shift and harsh punch struck both of them. "Both of you are too slow for that," they heard a woman shout, turning to find Yoruchi Shihuin. She was the former captain of the division and the former head of the clan, choosing to step down to save her friends from Soul Society's unjust system at the time. Since then she's chose to remain in retirement and serve to mentor the martial arts of the Godai, raising her twin children. She wore an orange bodysuit with a black haori with "Sensei" on the back, her once long purple hair trimmed down to chin length. Next to her in a white kimono with a raven theme was her daughter Chinfon. She was a lighter shade of brown than other Shihuin with black hair in a bob cut and piercing red eyes. Chinfon was the next heir of the Fan family, the servants of the Shihuin clan, but the previous head, Soifon, died before she could bear a child. Wanting to honor the memory of her dear friend and protege, Yoruchi became the surrogate for Soifon's remaining fertile eggs and had Ichigo sire the resulting child. A mix of Ryuryoku within Yoruchi's womb when her own body ovulated to have Yuichi caused Chin's now unique appearance, but that never stopped Yoruchi from treating her with any less love. "Please Master Yuichi, behave for Lady Yora - Chin started in a stoic manner. "Chin. What did I say about your actions away from those old BSTRDS? Yoruchi scolded, causing the girl to blush and look embarrassed. "Sorry," she said with a bow, turning to her brother with an angry look. "Listen Yuichi. Mom said today's an important day for Dad. So stop being such a pain and get into something presentable." That earned her a head pat from her mother. "Good girl," the matriarch said with a smile. "Now come on you two. I want you to look ready to greet the rest of your siblings." That got an excited look from her kids as they flashed out of sight, heading home to change. Probably should have told them that sooner. Main Senkamen, the door between the living world and Soul Society. Normally there was only supposed to be one way into the Soul Society, and that was through the gates known as Senkamen, a tunnel through dimensional space in the void between realms of existence. Due to experiments into hollows and their powers of dimensional travel, the Godai gained a greater ability to traverse the realms. However, while the main Senkamen gates still saw their use, most of the time they were ceremonial and decorative. This wasn't the case as the massive gates lit up to reveal a large group of people. The Kurosaki family and extended group of friends. The first two were Isshin and Masaki Kurosaki, the parents of the family, Isshin in a black suit and Masaki in a blue and white dress. Flanking them were their daughters, Karen in a brown sweater with a white button-up and a plaid skirt with her black hair in a messy ponytail, while Yuzu had a white blouse and khaki pants with her sandy blonde hair in a messy bob. Walking with them were Ichigo's wives, Orihime Inoue, Tatsuki Arisawa, and Senna Shiba, Bambietta Basterbine, Candace Catnip, and Yasaka, all in formal dresses or pantsuits for Bambi and Candy and a shrine maiden's robes for Yasaka. With them were the children, Kazui, son of Orihime and Ichigo, with somewhat smooth and spiky orange hair and brown eyes, wearing a shihakusho. Twins Jared and Rachel, children of Candace and Ichigo, both quincy and stylish white while proudly displaying their green hair, Jared having his electric greenish-yellow swept back and Rachel with her richer green in a braided ponytail with bangs framing her face. And the oldest with Kuna the fox yokai, daughter of Yasaka and Ichigo, dressed in a ritual shrine maiden outfit like her mother's. The last relative was Yuryu Ishida, the reigning Quincy king and cousin to the Kurosaki clan, dressed in a formal military uniform with a black cloak draped over his back with a 5-pointed cross in a ring with a skull in the center. The last two companions were the Foolbringers Chad and Jackie Yasutora. To their side a tear opened in space, the method used by hollows known as Discorer to open the Garganta, the void between realms, with 5 more people coming through, all of whom in white suits. Leading the procession was Tyr Haribel, wife of Ichigo and queen of Hueco Mundo, Neliel Tuo Delschwank, another wife and a mother to another of his sons, Abareru, who had fiery green hair, horns on his forehead, and 2 red lines running over his eyes, and the 2 most trusted of the Ehrenkar, Grimjow Jaegerjacques and Ulquiorra Cypher. The Ehrenkar were hollows given Shinigami abilities, looking somewhat human with a hole and a mask fragment somewhere on their body. Years of further research helped to complete the hollows, removing the holes that were once present and leaving their mask fragments as mostly accessories, the lone exception being Haribel herself, who found her mask fragment more of a nuisance. Especially in her love life. "Well, I'm off to get my wife and kid," Yuryu said, splitting away from the group. "I'll see you at the ceremony," he said before flashing away as the 2 groups met each other. Seconds later, Yuichi and Chin appeared themselves with Yoruchi behind them. "Brothers! Sisters!" the 2 shouted, rushing toward their siblings as they responded in kind, laughing merrily as they did so. "This is what it was all for," Ishin said, smiling as all of the kids laughed, hugged, and did elaborate handshakes. "A bright and happy future." "Indeed," Orihime said with a smile as her sister wives nodded in agreement. "Well, most of them." Senna ran off to play with the kids the moment they started moving. "Though I do wish we weren't so separated by duties all the time, the burden of keeping the peace is a heavy one. We're still missing one," Bambi stated, looking ahead to see a man with white spiky hair in a captain's uniform walking toward them with a tall woman with long icy blue hair by his side. "Hey Toshiro, and my 11th daughter is death," Ishin called out to the captain and lieutenant of the 10th Division. "Here to show us the way, and where's Rukia and little Hisana?" Toshiro went to his captain while Isdeath went to mingle with her sister wives. Unlike the others, Isdeath came from another world that Ichigo traveled to and was taken by him and his strength. Read Soul Conviction. "Don't worry, my sisters," the icy woman said with a smile. "Rukia will be by soon, seeing as Byakuya has a bad habit of keeping Hisana around for too long." The rest of her sisters sighed, sadly not surprised by the noble's brand of doting on his niece. Kuchiki Estate. Deep within the Siriidii was the homes of the great noble clans whose families founded Soul Society after committing a grievous sin against the Soul King and taking on special roles from then on, with the Kuchiki protecting the historical records of Soul Society. Or rather, the history they were told was the truth. The current head of the clan is also the captain of the 6th Division Byakuya Kuchiki, one of the most esteemed and powerful captains of the Godii and a master of all Shinigami combat styles. In the ranking of power and ability, he sits among the top 5 of the active members of the Godii. Within his estate, the man in question was carrying a tray with cookies and 2 cups of steaming tea as he made his way to the Kuchiki training grounds. There, swinging a practice sword repeatedly, was his niece, Hisana Kuchiki, daughter of his sister Rukia and Ichigo. That's enough, his Anna. Break. He calmly ordered as he set the tray on the porch and sat down, taking up one of the teacups. The girl had long spiky black hair tied in a ponytail and indigo-colored eyes and wore the standard student outfit of a white shihakusho with red hakama pants, sweating from the exertion of the exercise. Yes, teacher. Thank you, sir. She responded, keeping a calm and focused look as she sheathed the wooden katana to her side. Once that was done, she looked over to the captain and her expression lit up. Uncle's cookies. She cheered as she flashed to his side, immediately grabbing one that looked like a cartoonish bunny. Yay! She said before nibbling away at it, Byakuya. Smiling at the child as he passed her the other teacup. It's good to see you're improving, his Anna. 10 minutes of constant swings is no small feat at your age. He complimented, feeling a weight on his side as the girl leaned against his shoulder. I have the best teacher. She said with a smile, prompting a small one from the noble as he rubbed her head. Can I have another cookie? Take all of them. You know I only make them for you. He said as she went to snatch up another, before an angry voice rang out, causing the girl to quiver. That's enough, young lady. They heard a woman shout, turning to find the captain of Squad 13 and his Anna's mother, Rukia. The current captain of the 13th Division was a petite woman with long black hair and purple eyes that was currently glaring at the uncle and niece. His Anna. Your siblings are already here and your father's promotion ceremony is in half an hour, yet here you are, sweaty and disheveled. Get cleaned up and get dressed now, young lady. Yes, mother. The young heiress squeaked out before rushing to the baths for a quick shower. Rukia then turned his glare to her brother. I know you love doting on her brother, but I expected you to actually keep track of the time. Apologies, sister. I tend to give in when she asks me for anything. He admitted, causing Rukia to sigh. Squad 12, Mayuri's personal lab. Squad 12 was dedicated to scientific research and development with the lieutenant of the division, Mayuri Kuratsuchi, being in charge of anything that required an utter lack of morality. Within this secret lab was the man himself, dissecting a dark dragon's body with 3 assistants helping him carve up and study the rage-filled creature, and all in white scrubs as they examined the body. They were his daughters, Nimue Kuratsuchi and Nimuri Hachijio, and his grandchild Ichino Ishida, child of Yuryu and Nimue. His daughters were his original apex of artificial life creation, made by mixing artificial souls and bodies to create an artificial life capable of growing and adapting as a living being. Nimue was the oldest as a full adult, with her sister Nimuri being a 10-year-old child, same with her child Ichinos. Once Ichinos was conceived, they were extracted from Nimue's body and kept under observation as they slowly grew and developed, showing traces of Mayuri's designs and natural Quincy powers, becoming Mayuri's new pride as evidence of his creation's ultimate success. They continued on before the doors opened to reveal Yuryu and the captain of Squad 12, Kisuke Urahara. Nimue, Ichinos. Let's go. Yuryu called out, gaining the attention of his wife and kid. Yes. Nimue answered, turning to her child. Say goodbye to your grandfather Ichinos. The child nodded to her before turning to Mayuri, removing their mask and cap to reveal their androgynous features with black eyes and chin-length black hair. Thank you for the lesson, grandfather. They said with a bow and no expressed emotion in voice or action, before joining their parents. Hold down the fort, Mayuri. Urahara said. As usual, you're in charge till I get back. Yes, whatever. Just go. The lieutenant said, notably annoyed as he focused on studying the corpse with Hachijio as his only company now. Do you miss Ichinos already, master? The girl suddenly yelled. No. And don't yell. Mayuri quickly denied, knowing that he told an obvious lie. Squad 11 grounds. Squad 11, the squad meant for frontline fighting and using overwhelming force to defeat their enemies. Their captain being the strongest swordsman of the entire Godai, bearing the title of Kenpachi and generally regarded as an unstoppable monster on the battlefield. The only way to get the title of Kenpachi was to kill the previous holder of that title. Officially there have been 11 people to hold the title. In actuality, there were only 2 that ever held the title and they were both alive. In the squad's training grounds was a large and broadly muscled man with long and spiky hair, covered in scars and swinging a dull practice katana in a continuous stream of practice swings. This was the current Kenpachi, Kenpachi Zaraki, the strongest Shinigami swordsman in existence. For centuries he had no desire to gain strength, being content with his current level and finding anyone that might prove entertaining. But factors in his life changed, with a small child hanging off his sword being the prime example of that change. "Faster, Papa!" The girl cheered, holding on to Zaraki's sword as he continued his swings. This was Yuichiro Kenpachi Unohana, daughter of the Kenpachi pair. She had short black hair in a bob cut with sword hair clips on her bangs and gray eyes, though her eyes remained shut as she held on to Zaraki's sword as he continued to swing. For a few more times before he held the sword level to look his daughter in the eye. "Yuichiro, what are you doing?" he asked his child, who responded with swinging off his blade and onto his body, crawling her way up to his shoulders and hugging his head. "Mama sent me ahead to tell you to get ready." She happily cheered, holding on as he proceeded to put the sword away. "Uncle Ichigo's promotion is happening soon. Must have lost track of time," he said, heading for the doors of his squad's barracks to find his wife, Retsu Unohana, formerly Yuichiro Unohana and the first of the Kenpachi, now retired as the captain of the 4th Division and one of the most skilled healers of Soul Society. The most notable change to her appearance was how she wore her hair, no longer braided in front of her scarred chest but instead hanging over her shoulder. "You'd also never make it if we hadn't come to get you," she said as her family joined her. "Sometimes I wonder how you ever found opponents to fight." "I just look for whoever has the strongest Ryatsu," he responded as they made their way to the 1st Division barracks. The Kenpachi family may be the most terrifying in Soul Society, but they were also the most wholesome. To the shock of many. Yamamoto's grave. Genryosei Shigekuni Yamamoto was known for many things, founding the Godai, being the most powerful Shinigami, creating the Soul Reaper Academy, but to the 3 at his grave and offering their prayers, only one mattered. Teacher. Jushiro Yukitake, a former long-time captain in the Godai, now a governor of the civilian sector and wearing a koi fish-themed yukata, Shunsui Kairaku as Yamamoto's successor as the head captain of the Godai wearing the Shinigami uniform and the squad one Haori he'll be happy to be rid of, and Ichigo Kurosaki, the future successor of the title wearing a black bodysuit and white Haori with 8 on the back. 10 years ago they burned their master's body to ashes and bid him his final farewell, letting the effects of the Quincy War catch up to them. Yukitake's frail body, despite having replaced all of his internal organs and muscles, could no longer do anything too physically demanding. Kairaku, preferring to laze about as much as he could, still felt himself dull during the time of Soul Society's peace and thought it was time to pass down the mantle. Ichigo's was worn with his many battles and travels, his spiky orange hair reaching his chin and almost obscuring the scar over his right eye. Standing a ways behind them was Ichigo's lieutenant, Nagao Kagetora, a woman with long silver hair and golden eyes. She originally hid in the distant outskirts beyond Soul Society's territory, being disgusted by how corrupt it was, and built a small community for those that sought a better life than the slums of the lowest districts. Eventually she was encountered during the Godai's expansion and would fight them, believing the Shinigami to still be corrupt bullies until she lost a battle against Ichigo, who recruited the woman as his second-in-command. Now she serves him loyally, bearing witness to the changes of Soul Society that he had caused. She continued to stand watch over the 3 when another person, Nanao Ise, Kairaku's niece and lieutenant secretary, appeared. "Sirs. It's time," she said to them, prompting each one to rise. Squad 1 Barracks Courtyard. Despite the relevance of the event, it was being kept a fairly modest affair. Only the captains, their lieutenants and occasional third seats, and permitted friends and family were in attendance. However, Urahara had a way to broadcast this throughout the Soul Society and Shadow side of Japan, having spent 8 years modernizing the realm with equivalents to technology in the living world. While the immediate and most relevant people to this matter were in attendance, the matter was being watched by every notable figure related to Japan's pantheon. They watched and waited as Shunsui Kairaku and Jishiro Yukitake took the stage. To everyone in the know, I was only ever a placeholder for this title and position. Kairaku stated, shedding off the squad 1 Haori and folding it up. For over 2,000 years Master Yamamoto led the Shinigami, from brutal and vicious killers to the ordered and disciplined military that it became today. However, he only held that position for so long, entirely because no one else was capable of matching him in combat, a master of all the combat styles of the Soul Reapers. However, the times have changed and we have expanded as well. Thus the Shinigami need a leader that can embody this new era. Ichigo stepped forward and between the two, bowing before his seniors as Kairaku returned the gesture and presented the Haori. Having the powers of the Shinigami, Yukitake continued as Ichigo stripped off his squad 8 Haori, the Quincy, the Hollows, Fullbring, and traveling the world to gather more skills, weapons, and abilities. Master chose Ichigo Kurosaki to be the one to ultimately succeed him. We have deemed that the time has come to leave the future of the Godiai in his hands. The hybrid then took the First Division's Haori and donned it, turning back to the assembled members of the Godiai and now feeling a great weight on his shoulders as he took a moment to consider the responsibility on him now. The crowd looked at him expectantly, and Ichigo felt himself choke a bit. The last time he felt like this was when he first became a captain and had to address his squad for the first time. Back then, aside from a couple of people, they were a small group of random faces. Now that scope expanded over tenfold and many of his friends were now direct subordinates with a clear difference in rank and position. His mind was blank before his eyes focused on his wives and children. Seeing them, some of the main reasons he sought continuously greater power, creating a safe and peaceful home and future for them, calmed his nerves. Everyone, I accept this burden. He loudly declared to the assembled Shinigami. I thank you all for your trust and will do my best to live up to your expectations. There was a calm applause from the assembly and Ichigo thought he was done. That's when Yasaka stood up, holding up a bronze mirror that started shining. Forgive me my love, the nine-tailed fox begged, but Lady Amaterasu has something she'd like to add. As she said that, an image of a woman with long black hair dressed in a white kimono with red floral patterns and shined like the sun appeared in a type of holographic projection. Ichigo Kurosaki. The sun goddess spoke, her voice soothing the hearts of those that heard it. In recognition of your power and accomplishments, it is only right that I, Amaterasu, mother of the people of Japan and ruler of Takamagara, hereby appoint you to the rank and position of shogun. Hearing this shocked Ichigo, but he kept his expression calm while this caused a stir among the rest of the people watching. As he was trying to make sense of the situation, he noticed Kuno making her way to him, holding something wrapped in white silk. This is a gift from her ladyship, she said, with practiced eloquence. Take it and use it with pride. She bowed while holding out the 8-inch-long package. Ichigo took it and carefully unwrapped the silk to reveal a closed black folding fan. Taking hold of the gift, Ichigo felt himself asking a simple question. What dash? Later that day in the Squad 1 main office. The F dash. He roared out as he sat at his new office desk, finding a pile of letters on top of a mountain of reports he already has to go through, skipping out on his promotion party just to get everything done. Seriously. Shogun. Why the hell is she making me the de facto leader of the country? Yuryu was the only other person in the room, helping him sort through all of the paperwork. Well. Not the whole country. The Quincy King answered. Just the spiritual and supernatural. Semantics. The hybrid growled going through the mail and reports. Invite to the next night parade in Kansai, census on the Yukiana in Hokkaido, invite to go drinking with Shuten Duji, a letter from the border patrol confirming the presence of 2 exorcists from the church, another invite from Shuten Duji, an invite from Sarah Fall to be her +1 at Devil Party, invite from Shuten Duji. Getting her those drinks. from Europe and the netherworld was a mistake. He lamented as he moved on to the various reports. What did you expect would happen? Yuryu asked as he focused on summarizing the reports from the shadow side of Japan. Bringing that Oni any liquor is tantamount to making a blood oath of kinship. Yeah. And maybe when we actually catch up with this I'll take her up on that offer. He said, seriously considering foregoing any protection from intoxication and just getting as plastered as he could. But there is one thing that's bugging me. Not annoying me, but I'm actually concerned about this. Why make me the shogun? He asked, completely calm and analytical. And why now? Has the Soul King said anything to you? Yuryu's tone being much the same. Do you want me to look ahead? Ichigo pondered this for a moment. Not yet. Let's give this a bit more time because if it was an actual issue, then the Soul King would have said something. Agreeing on that the two returned to their work before Kagetora came through the door, now wearing a white blank Haori with a shoulder badge to show her place in the First Division and as lieutenant. Lord Kurosaki, we've received word from the Kuo base. Freed Selzen is in Kuo and in possession of a stolen Excalibur. She quickly reported while kneeling. That lunatic is back. Is there a reason why we didn't have him killed when he first showed up? Ichigo asked, annoyed by the psychopathic fallen exorcist. Because at the time he was the devil's problem and didn't engage any of us in any meaningful way aside from a couple extra souls. Yuryu answered, equally as disappointed. That's stupid. Ichigo grumbled before returning his focus to Kagetora. What about the two from the church? We can confirm they've entered Kuo and will be meeting with the devils in the school to discuss the current situation. She answered. Discuss, right. Aside from a few, most of the church's humans are zealots, warmongers, or borderline robotic. Dispatch a platoon to Kuo, orders are to keep the peace. I'll send Grimjow as the commander. Sir. Nagao responded as she ran off to complete her order. Yuryu turned to his cousin with a raised eyebrow. Grimjow? Seriously? No one there would be interesting enough for him to fight and he'll pacify them thoroughly. Chapter 2, Movement on All Sides. Movement on all sides. If the cuckoo does not sing, kill it. If the cuckoo does not sing, coax it. If the cuckoo does not sing, wait for it. Above Kuo town, dawn. The sun slowly made its way above the line of the horizon, bathing the city in the golden light of the morn. High above the still slumbering city, unseen to those lacking spiritual awareness, was a large tear in space that led into a vast and dark void. From that tear came a group of 31 people dressed in black shihakushos and white uniforms with black cloaks, a platoon of Quincy and Soul Reapers led by a man in black pants with 2 belts, a black shirt exposing some of his chest, and an open white jacket with black fur hemming. He had messy blue hair and blue eyes with green markings underneath them, and his right jaw had a hollow mask fragment of a mouth. This was Grimjow Jagerjax, one of the top Arankar in the Godii. Alright people, you have your orders. He started as the tear closed behind them, the man swinging an arm out to signal his command. Spread out and set up a perimeter. We need to find that Selzen freak, kill him, and recover the stolen sword. The group responded with a quick, sir, before splitting off to begin their search, leaving the Arankar alone. Now, let's see. He muttered before sending out a pulse of spirit energy and getting a sonar map of Kuo town. And there's no one worth fighting. DMN it. He cursed before walking toward the Soul Dragon candy shop to gather any remaining intel he might need. I hate babysitting. On the way to school. Walking through the city streets with some of the members of the Occult Research Club, Rias Gremory, Akino Himejima, Kaneko Tuju, Asia Argento, and Issei Hayadu. There was more, but Kiba Yuto was dealing with some past issues and was skipping school for a bit, and the other is a shut-in. They were also known as the Gremory Peerage, one of the hidden groups of devils that resided in Kuo town. Rias was a crimson-haired beauty with fair skin and blue eyes. Akino had black hair tied in a long ponytail, violet eyes, and similar skin. Kaneko had golden eyes and had black cat hair clips holding her hair, almost resembling a cat in her appearance. Asia had long blonde hair and green eyes, almost radiating a light pureness that would make others smile. And finally Issei, a teen with spiky brown hair and eyes. They all wore the Kuo Academy uniform and were happily making their way to school when Issei noticed something. Ah! Is that samurai cosplayer standing on a telephone pole? He suddenly asked, seeing a person in a black shihakusho and hakama with a katana at their hip, scanning the surrounding area. The rest looked to see the same thing, Asia looking similarly confused, but the rest had a knowing look in their eyes. Akino. Rias started. It isn't time for the bi-monthly meeting with the representative from Soul Society, is it? No, Rias. Not for another week. Akino answered as the person flashed away. Soul Society? What's that? Asia asked. The domain of the Shinigami. Akino answered as they continued their walk. Originally, they were the shepherds and purifiers of lost or corrupted souls, guiding them back through the cycle of reincarnation. Like on that Don Kananji show? Issei suddenly asked. Indeed. Akino said. Very much so. Suddenly, Rias, Akino, Kaneko, and Issei all crossed their arms over their chest and let out a bohaha laugh. I loved that show growing up. The rest of the Grow nodded in agreement, though Asia seemed like she was left out. But back on the Shinigami, from what I've heard, 10 years ago they became the main military strength of the Shinto pantheon. Back then 2 family heads of 2 clans, Halfas and Nibirius, tried performing sick and twisted experiments on Japanese yokai and tried committing a campaign of genocide to cover their tracks. Rias continued. From what I remember, the Shinigami stopped almost every attack and bought my brother and the other Satans enough time to learn about what happened. After that, the devils were confined to Kuo as the only place we could operate freely. Hearing that surprised the 2 fresh devils of the group, Issei and Asia. I remember hearing about the strongest of the Shinigami, that his very presence was suffocating as dozens of devils fell to his blade. A somber silence hung over the group, contemplating what Rias just said. Issei gulped but put on a brave face. Don't worry, Prez. He said, holding up his left arm with a confident smile. I'll protect you no matter who the enemy is. Rias smiled before Akino wrapped her arms around the man. What about me, Issei? She cooed, leaning into his ear. This led to Rias and Akino starting a pseudo and friendly fight over the man's attention. A happy moment to undercut the tension that Rias and Akino could sense in the air. Some time later. Grimjow was growing more and more irritated, almost 2 days have passed and still no sign of his prey. The Arrancar was never a patient man to begin with and 10 years did only so much to help with that, but he still craved a fight. The idea of battling against the legendary sword Excalibur, even just a fragment, seemed interesting enough. However, the quality of opponents, or lack thereof, only fueled his disappointment in the mission. However, he swore his loyalty to his king and would see it through to the end. In the meantime, he'd do whatever it took to alleviate his boredom. Such as allowing the devils of the Gremory peerage and the holy sword users to fight a rather pointless match. It started out as a meeting to agree to not meddle with each other as the church members hunted for the missing Excalibur, but then one of the exorcists started talking shit, the situation only grew worse, then Kiba appeared and escalated it into a full-on sparring match. Grimjow could tell right away that the kid was out of his element, focusing on his anger and desire for revenge instead of being a calm and focused swordsman. Nothing he saw was really impressing him. Kiba's power was being hampered by his lack of imagination and broken focus. The blue-haired girl called Zenobia was mostly power and untapped potential. That girl Irina with the twin-tailed chestnut hair was agile but spent more time talking and proclaiming her faith than fighting, and Issei was severely crippled by his innate weakness and time needed to build up his strength. That was before the kid called out, "Dress break," and started acting like even more of a creep and accidentally stripped 2 of his friends naked. This is actually hurting me now. The panther said as Issei was punched by Kaneko, got back up, and loudly proclaimed his desire to see more melons. That's it. Time to end this. He casually stated before unleashing his Ryatsu. At the fight, Issei leapt at Irina, intent on removing her tight black bodysuit from her body, when suddenly the air started shaking and he felt his body seize up, causing him to fall to his knees and gasp for breath. Forcing himself to look around, he found that everyone was facing the same fate, even Rias and Aquino. As Issei's power reached its limit and was reset, the pressure let up and the air was filled with desperate gasps for air. As they caught their breath, a new figure appeared in the middle of the field. Everyone done fighting? He heard the man ask, the young devil looking up to the new arrival. Good, because there won't be a second time. The name's Grimjow Jagerjax, 3rd seed of Squad 16 of the Godii. He introduced while putting on a pair of black gloves. Now, who wants to tell me what leap and logic told you that this was a good idea? He demanded, sternly glaring at the entire group. 3rd seat. Godii? Zenobia asked, unaware of the Soul Society. That means I'm the 3rd highest ranked member of the 16th division of my group's military force. The court guard squads of the Soul Society. He calmly answered, still glaring at the assorted humans and devils. Sir Jagerjax, Rhea started, already back on her feet and displaying her authority as a leader, I assure you that this was a controlled spa dash. You have 2 holy sword users fighting unarmored devils, using the actual swords instead of practice swords, and you want me to believe this was under control? He interrupted, glaring at the crimson-haired devil. The very atmosphere of this spar was one half game between those 2 idiots. He pointed to Issei and Irina, an attempted death match between them. He pointed to Kiba and Zenobia. This was not a controlled sparring match, this was an incident between the church and the devils waiting to happen. He marched right up to Rias's face. Don't forget, kid. Kuo isn't devil territory, it's rented living space. Pull something like this again and you'll be evicted. Am I understood? He growled in a low tone, daring her to speak up. Just as she was about to speak though, Grimjow disappeared from her sight with a sound of static and was already between Zenobia and Kiba. And I'm not sure which one of you 2 are the bigger dumbass here. That's a serious question I'm trying to figure out. What are you talking about? Kiba growled, furious at the man for stopping the fight and taking away his chance to destroy an Excalibur fragment. From what I heard of that meeting, both sides agreed to stay out of each other's way. But then you, he pointed to Zenobia, instigated a conflict while you, he pointed to Kiba, pushed this fight to happen when it's obvious to any actual swordsman that you can't properly handle a blade right now. Kiba growled as he got to his feet and used his sacred gear to manifest a massive falchion sword. And you're too reliant on that sword's power and not your own skill. I'd almost think you both had potential if you didn't SCK so bad right now. He purposefully goaded as Zenobia got up, brandishing her Excalibur, a straight sword with a 3-pronged tip and an axe-like guard. I'll show you, foul heathen. She growled as she charged toward him, the Arrancar looking unimpressed. Watch your back. Kiba called out as his massive blade slammed down on Grimjow's back while the Excalibur smashed against Grimjow's forearm, a shockwave of power passing over him. But the man was otherwise unaffected. Like I said. He kicked Kiba and sent him flying into Issei, sending the 2 tumbling, before pushing aside Zenovia's Excalibur and hitting her with his palm, likewise sending her into her partner. Potential, but right now you just SCK. He disappeared from sight again and appeared behind the exorcists, grabbing their arms and pulling them up. Now play nice, share info, and maybe work together. Later. Tensions are too high right now. He demanded, hauling them to the devils. Asia and Kaneko were dressed and Asia was using her sacred gear to help heal Issei and Kiba. Okay. Okay. Irina cried out as Grimjow released them. You scratched me. She noted as both her and Zenobia found small cuts where Grimjow grabbed them. I got sharp claws. The Arrancar told them. These gloves are supposed to dull them, but not enough it seems. She pouted while Rias and Zenobia talked. He may be rude, but he has a point. The Crimson Devil stated. We both want these swords out of Kuo, so let's start with which fallen angel is responsible for stealing the holy swords. If you actually know. Zenobia looked at Asia cautiously as the kind devil offered to heal the scratches Grimjow inflicted. A leader of the Grigori. The fallen angel Kokabil. Hearing that surprised Rias while Issei asked what the Grigori were. Just the two of you against a leader class. Are you planning to die? We do what we must to keep the fallen from the holy swords. Zenobia answered. During the exchange, Grimjow felt his phone vibrate. Well, if it gets too difficult then we'll handle it. The Arrancar said as he started walking away. I'm itching for a decent fight anyway. He flashed away and reappeared far above the group, still watching as they continued sharing info, and pulled out his phone. This is Grimjow. He answered, holding it between his ear and shoulder as he took off his gloves and revealed perfectly normal hands. The gloves worked. He heard Kigo say. Irina Shindo and Zenobia Korda are both infected with surveillance bacteria. Seoul Society, Squad 1 Main Office. I am deeply sorry about that, Ichigo. The leader of the Angels said over a speaker on the head captain's desk, where Ichigo was doing paperwork, and informed his heavenly friend about what happened earlier. I told them to send Dulio, at the very least he would have been able to keep things peaceful. Unfortunately, some of the church's more extremist elements have been trying to discredit or dismiss him due to his new and more tolerant views of other factions. So he's still getting flack from that one time he teamed up with a devil to eliminate a stray. Ichigo surmised. Dang. I hope things work out for him, but I know how obstinate we humans can be. Still, slow progress is still progress. One of the projects that they were working on was making the church more tolerant of the other factions, aiming for peace among non-aggressive elements. Things were progressing slow to moderately at first, then the biggest advocate was caught teaming up with the church's mortal enemy. Sure, it was to defend innocent lives, but the church's warmongers and purists took that chance to stonewall their efforts. As a result, Dulio, the strongest exorcist of the church, was now constantly on missions, with half being pointless time wasters. Maybe we can work this mess here in Japan to our advantage. Speaking of messes, we still have no word on where the Pendragon siblings are. Artoria, Arthur, and Luffy Pendragon, scions of the house and bloodline of King Arthur. Ichigo met them years ago and took the twins, Artoria and Arthur, under his tutelage in swordplay and spearmanship. Not long before he took over as captain commander, he was informed that they disappeared while stealing a powerful holy sword and spear. No word came up about them since. They can take care of themselves, but I will crack their skulls the next time I see the twins. Ichigo said, groaning about the aggravations his students caused him. Just then, Nagao came rushing into the room with a folded paper. The daily report on Kuo. She said, handing him the paper. Ichigo took a quick read before raising an eyebrow and looking at his lieutenant. Yes, this information is accurate. Both the Kuo Bureau and Squad 12 triple-checked the events. This happened. What is it? Michael asked, curious about the report. Your holy sword users are broke because Irina spent all of their money on a sheet painting of some kind of saint, that she never bothered to examine and verify if it was a saint. Ichigo told him, a silence permeating the room as they digested the information. During that time, Ichigo noticed that 3 Quincy of Grimjow's team were now dead with holes in their chest with residual angelic energy. I will not defend this decision, nor will I blame you for finding some way to punish them for this lapse of judgment. Michael said, proving that everyone has a tolerance limit for stupidity. I might just do that. For now, I'll take advantage of this and get them to open up to working with Seoul Society. He set the paper down and wrote down some instructions. Get Orihime to find and take them into her home. She's a friendlier face than Grimjow. Nagao nodded and set about her mission. Michael, I'll let you know if anything else comes up. Thank you, my friend. The angel said as the connection was cut. Ichigo then started punching in a new set of numbers on the speaker, this time calling a devil. Hello Selzen. Are you aware of the current situation in Kuoh? Ichigo asked the standing Lucifer. Partially. Is everything going all right? He asked, sounding a little concerned. Debatable. I'm going to use this as a test of your sister's capabilities since she's given me reason to doubt her standing as Kuoh's overseer. Kuo Academy, home EC classroom. After school. Orihime Inoue Kurosaki, wife to Ichigo, mother to their son Kazui, communal mother of all of his children, the school's #1 beauty among the teachers, one of the 3 great ladies of the school with Rias and Aquino, teacher advisor to the Occult Research Club, former seated officer of Squad 15 as a contracted spirit user, still an occasional agent for Soul Society when necessary, and none of the devils in the school were aware. She took the job as the home EC teacher shortly after confirmation that Rias Gremory and her peerage would be attending that school along with one Sona Citri, another VIP among the devils. The main role was to keep an eye on them in case of anything, but that didn't mean she failed in her day job. She was a favorite among the students, not just because of her looks, but because of her motherly kindness and fun personality that made her students enjoy cooking. Now here she was, drawing out the next lesson plan and waiting for a certain girl. You wanted to see me, Kurosaki-sensei? Rias asked as she entered the classroom. Yes, please sit down. Orihime said while thinking of the next recipe to cover. I've been the club advisor to the Occult Research Club since its inception. So I'd like to think I know the members. Rias sat across for her teacher, wondering where this was going and what she would say in response. So Kiba's absence from school and the club for these 2 days seem a bit odd to me. Do you know anything that might explain this? Rias immediately tried to think of a believable lie in spite of the look that her teacher was giving, a look she could only describe as, a mother expecting to hear the truth and will punish you for lying. However, Rias absolutely couldn't get a normal human civilian involved with devil matters, so she decided to go with a half-truth. Something bad from Kiba's past came back to trouble him. She started, trying to find the best mix of vague and informative. He's been a little distracted because of it, and it seemed a bit dangerous, so I told him to stay away from it. He didn't listen and left, despite me telling him not to cause any trouble. But you didn't offer to help him? Orihime asked, already knowing the full story of Kiba, the Holy Sword Project, and that Kiba was running the risk of becoming a stray devil. At all? In any way? The situation is a little complicated and I didn't want to risk bringing trouble for the rest of the ORC. Rias defended, feeling a little guilty that this was her response as pretty much all she could do in the current circumstances. I can't make trouble for everyone if it's just for one person. No matter how much I want to help. She couldn't afford creating conflict with the church or the fallen just for Kiba's sake. This was strictly between the church and Kokabil, it just happened to be in her territory. Being a leader is about making tough calls, Gremory, but it's also about how to best help everyone and to prevent tragedy. The teacher returned. If no one else wanted to help Kiba with whatever issue this is, then that's their business. But if they do want to help, you have to choose how. Reach out a hand, offer him support, be there for each other, any number of ways to let him remember that he can rely on you. Orihime offered the devil a gentle smile. You just have to find the best way to help everyone you can. That's one of the principal burdens of a leader, Rias Gremory. The heiress gasped lightly as she took in her teacher's words. Kurosaki-sensei. She whispered, remembering that she was mainly thinking about preventing a war by making sure no one meddled in the affairs of the other factions. But thinking about it now. Maybe she should have done as Grimjow said and started working with the exorcists. After all, both the devils and the exorcists want the Excaliburs out of the hands of the Grigori. She has plenty of right to participate in resolving it since she was in charge of Kuoh, and the situation certainly calls for cooperation. But at the same time, she's not sure how the rest of the church, the fallen, and even the devils might react to hearing about this. You seem so distracted lately, Rias. Orihime suddenly said, slightly shaking the devil from her thoughts. Did you fall in love recently? Now Rias turned into a blushing mess and the spirit user gained a cheerful smile before switching to a questioning expression. Seems like I'm right, but with who? KK Kurosaki-sensei. Is it really necessary for you to dash? Rias started before Orihime made her guess. Issei. She said, causing Rias to blush even harder. Right again. Orihime's expression suddenly turned serious. Listen carefully, Rias Gremory, this will be the most valuable information you will ever hear in your pursuit of love with Issei Hayudo. Seeing this sudden change in her teacher, Rias forgot about her embarrassment and gave Orihime her full attention. He's a timid pervert. She said with full seriousness, causing Rias to face fault. I think everyone in school knows he's a pervert, sensei. Rias returned, pulling herself back up. I said timid pervert, not just perverted. Orihime clarified, confusing Rias. He'll seek it out but is too afraid to touch. The way he acts implies he's purely lustful, but what he truly desires is to love and to be loved in kind. He'll desire SEC but only if it's truly what both sides want. The devil was surprised by Orihime's insight, reaffirming her favor in the woman. If Orihime had a sacred gear or even power at all, she would have offered her teacher a place in her peerage in a heartbeat. She truly believed that she could reveal the truth to Kurosaki-sensei, and the woman wouldn't treat her any differently. That said, I can see hurt in his eyes. Something terrible happened, and he's keeping it bottled up. Rias thought for a moment and remembered when Issei was killed by a fallen angel that faked being his girlfriend, breaking his heart in a truly cruel way. You have an uphill battle, Rias, but don't forget what I've always taught in class. To always cook with love. Rias answered immediately, reciting what Orihime always said at the end of class. Because love makes you focus on others, their needs, how to help, how to reach out, how to connect. You care about your actions, being more careful, being more considerate. It may be a repeated joke in some shows that even with love there's no helping some chefs, but to truly cook and act with love is to truly care about helping others and creating a truly fine dish. That is the key to peace and understanding those that can become friends. Orihime said, making Rias smile. Thanks for the talk, sensei. The devil said as she got up. I'll try to figure out how I can help Kiba and reach Issei's heart. Orihime smiled, watching as her student left. Once Rias did, the Soul Society agent took out her phone and connected to the surveillance feed connected to Irina and Zenobia, who were meeting with Issei, Kaneko, another devil named Saji, and Kiba. They were at a family restaurant and negotiating their new team-up. Looking through the previous minutes of the meeting showed that the exorcists agreed to the team-up in exchange for the devils to destroy one of the stolen Excaliburs, since recovering them is unlikely and only because Issei is technically a dragon. They mentioned an atrocity called the Holy Sword Project and dropped the name of the monster involved, Valper Galilei. This is getting messier by the minute. She thought as she tried to sense out the Ryatsu of the Godei forces in Kuo, finding Grimjow in hot pursuit of something while 3 more were fading. I'll have to be more active. She received a text on her phone, stating that some of the Quincy in town gave Irina and Zenobia her address. And make dinner for 3. She said, putting away her phone and holding out her right hand, with 4 rings on each finger colored red, blue, white, and brown. Rise Ventus, I need speed. She called, causing a gray androgynous humanoid to appear before her, whisking her away at blinding speeds. She stopped at a park where she found 2 Quincy and a Shinigami with holes in their chests, each with residual holy power. No more. She declared with determination. Shano. I am. She called out as a feminine male with a blonde topknot in a red coat and a woman in a pink robe and a red shell-like robe appeared. Soten Kiss Hun, I reject. The 2 spirits split into 2 smaller sprites that were connected by a dome of orange light, engulfing the Godei members. The holes in their chests began to close, slowly at first before Orihime repeated, I reject, causing small ball of light to fly away from the holes and accelerating the healing. Freed Selzen. Valper Galilei. The more I learn about them, the more disgusted I feel. Orihime thought as the healing finished and other Godai members appeared to help their comrades back to the Kuo bureau, thanking Orihime as they left. What kind of monster are you to recruit such depraved beings, Kokabil? She wondered before heading home. She had a big dinner to make. On a rooftop high above. Well, isn't that interesting? Freed hummed out, watching the events of Orihime's actions play out. Seems like things are getting much more exciting. With him was a short elderly man dressed in a priest's attire with grey hair and small glasses. Indeed. Though, I'm more interested in those. What did Lord Kokabil call them again? He questioned, trying to remember the name. Zanpakuto. That was such an interesting sword. A shame that we couldn't retrieve any of them because of that blue-haired ruffian. Indeed, but I doubt he'll keep falling for that illusion I've been using to evade him for much longer. The two turned to see a man with bone-white skin, blood-red eyes, pointed ears, with ink-black hair that reached past his shoulders. He wore a decorative black robe and had 10 jet-black wings on his back while wearing a sinister smile. To think the rumors were true and Soul Society is indeed becoming more active. His smile grew more vicious. Just the thought of crushing these arrogant humans that play at divinity makes my blood rush. But not yet. Not until everything is ready. The angel turned his eyes on Orihime as she began to walk away. She'll be a nuisance. Freed, capture that woman. And try to get Valpera Zanpakuto to study. The two men smiled. Understood, Lord Kokabil. Chapter 3, War Prevented. War Prevented. With Orihime, at night. What a nice night. Orihime thought as she walked home with a bag full of groceries, a new pink flower choker around her neck. A few days had passed since that meeting between the exorcists and Issei's group. Irina and Zenobia are now living in Orihime's apartment while she subtly pushes them to be more accepting of others by using the church's own teachings of love and acceptance. The team's finding no trace of Freed or Kokabil, and the time has been rather uneventful. This had Ichigo order his people to be on guard and equip themselves with transmitters that would activate immediately if they sensed a spike in adrenaline or injury of a certain level. Orihime's was disguised as her new neckwear. I wonder if I should make one of my more eccentric dishes for those two? She asked as a Shinigami appeared from an alleyway. Lady Orihime. He called out, features covered in darkness. Come quick. My partners are badly injured. He claimed before rushing into the shadows. Good thing we prepared for this. She thought as she charged into the obvious trap, releasing a few of her spirits while taking out her phone to text Grimjow. Even without the transmitter rule, this guy's spiritual power is sorely lacking to be a soul reaper. Maybe an illusion. She pondered as she continued to follow the fake soul reaper down to a wooded park with a large abandoned building. This is where she stopped. I think this is far enough. She told him as various accessories glowed. This illusion trick was cute, but ultimately failed. The fake Reaper's face was revealed in the moonlight to be Freed Selzen, bearing an irritated scowl before howling in laughter as he faded with the real Freed standing atop the building. In his hand was a rapier with a gold crossguard in the shape of wings and a coil going from the hilt to halfway up the blade. So you saw through this little ruse, what of it? He shouted as he sheathed that blade into his cloak before pulling out the crisp blade. I'll still be taking you in, Beach. He moved so fast that he vanished, to most. Speed was among the most valued and practiced attributes among the Godai, and Orihime was well used to fast opponents after 10 years. The moment Freed was within striking distance, his Excalibur slammed against an orange barrier with 4 noticeable points that immediately exploded with the force of his strike, sending the man flying. No fair. You're not supposed to be able to fight back against me with this blade, and where was the chant for that? That speed was hardly impressive. She returned as she held out her hand, a katana with a pentagon guard appeared in her hand. And I don't actually need to chant out my abilities. They respond to my will. Ventus and Fulgur, grant me the means to move. Terra, restrain him. Ignis, give Masamune some more kick. Masamune, guide your blade. She thought as a whirlwind spun around her, electricity sparked along her body, the blade caught fire, and Fried started sinking into the ground. You cheating beach. Fried shouted, freaking out as the once solid ground was becoming like muddy quicksand as he tried to crawl away. This is completely unfair. The Gotii fight to win. She said as she flashed to him like a bolt of lightning. It was a common problem among the Gotii to explain how their powers work, a practice Captain Commander Kairaku worked to fix. Some people thought that it was a way to retain a sense of honor to do it, but Kairaku made it clear that honor didn't exist outside of arranged duels. The only things that the Gotii need to concern themselves with was preserving the balance of souls by any means and to never cross a line where bloodlust consumes you. She tried to keep that in mind with her blade aimed to cut through his spine, when she felt a much stronger presence above her. Santen Keshin. She called out, creating a shield above her and tanking a sudden and powerful explosion. She looked up to find Kokabil sneering at her with another spear of light ready in his hand, throwing it toward them. She strengthened her shield only to realize a second too late that he aimed just outside of her shield's reach. Ventus created a buffer of wind as the explosion blew her off her feet and away from Fried. She managed to catch herself and land on her feet, just in time to see Kokabil try to attack her again. That shield's rather annoying. He sneered, looking at with bloodlust and condescension as he tried to stab her with a spear of angelic light. But I'll enjoy dash. He was cut off when a ball of orange light shot through his left wrist and severed his hand. Ah! He roared in pain as 5 more shot toward him, forcing him to fly away. Orihime continued to glare at him as the 6 lights coalesced into a single figure of a man in a black and red bodysuit with small wings on his calves and more prominent ones on his lower back, a scarf around his neck, spiky black hair, and a small scar on his right eyebrow. Thank you Tsubaki. She said with a smile as a dozen more figures appeared behind her. So, are you regretting your choices? Surrender and I can promise you'll survive. UFNG Beach. Kokabil growled. How dare a lowly human like you dash? He was cut off again, but this time by an axe kick on his left shoulder, shattering it and sending him plummeting to the earth. He created a small crater in the ground once he landed and was immediately stomped on, coughing up blood and bile, looking up to Grimjow giving a hungry grin. I've been looking for ya. He purred, reaching down to grab onto one pair of wings. You killed 3 of my men. I'll be taking compensation. He said to the angel's face before ripping out both wings, making Kokabil scream out in pain. With a bit of interest. Grimjow promised before reaching for another 2, stopping when he felt something slide along his back. It cut through his jacket but failed to pierce his hiero, same with the next 3 attempts. On the 4th, he reached out and caught a blade, making Fried reappear with a straight sword in his hand and a look of shocked fear. That's annoying. He said before squeezing the blade, making it crack. He was about to shatter the blade when a flash of bright light blinded both him and Orihime. Unable to see, Grimjow was blown off of Kokabil and let go of the sword Fried held onto. By the time the light dimmed away, they were gone. DMNIT. Grimjow roared, punching the ground as his prey escaped him yet again. That must have been the fallen angel Kokabil. Orihime said, walking up to Grimjow with her healing shield already enveloping him. They must have seen me using my abilities and thought I was a threat. Not surprising. He returned, jumping back to his feet and stretching out. The power of rejection is ridiculous. Anyway, you need to be on your guard from now on. They're clearly targeting you. Orihime nodded in agreement. I wonder if this is how Yuzu and Karen felt when they were targeted. More time passes. The same night that Orihime was attacked, Rias and Sona found out about their servants' team up with the exorcists and confronted the whole group. Irina, Zenobia, Rias, and Sona all agreed to keep working together, and Rias complimented her servants on their initiative. That said, they were all spanked in front of the whole group. Kiba received 1,500 spankings for running off and nearly becoming a stray devil. Issei and Saji both got 1,000 for doing this, and Kaneko got a kind 500 for wanting to take on Issei's punishment as well and her desire to help Kiba. Zenobia was passive but surprised by the magic used, and Irina was praying for protection against temptation when Issei got on his hands and knees. The 2 days after that were nominally peaceful, no action from Kokabil's side and no leads to help track them down. Then the bodies were discovered. The murders were horrific and bloody, some were notably killed by a blade but others were terribly burned. This consumed the city in the grip of fear, and Ichigo sent reinforcements into the city, concerned about a buildup of souls that would attract hollows with not enough people to fight them off. This seemed to be part of their plan, as soon after the reinforcement Shinigami and Quincy arrived, the teams were attacked and killed. Orihime made it to each group in time to reverse their deaths, but something more troubling was discovered: a number of stolen Zanpakuto. Initially Ichigo wanted to send Otsunomiya to find where they were, but he was an eccentric man and did things at his own pace, currently working on a new form of Zanpakuto for the Quincy. As such, the originator of the Zanpakuto was unavailable for the mission. Not that a countermeasure wasn't put in place anyway. The SRDI performed a software update for the surveillance bacteria to transmit emergency text messages to phones with the receiver program in the event that the subject is attacked. With that done, Orihime was given the task of implanting that program into the phones of the devils, succeeding with the help of her spirit of lightning, Fulgur. Now the only matter of concern was waiting to see if this would yield any better results. Grimmjow's team now had to focus on the stream of hollows, relegating the matter of the Excaliburs back to the devils and the exorcists. It seems that even Grimmjow's team is having trouble. Rias said, sitting in the ORC room with Sona and having tea. Sona wore the Kuo Academy uniform, had a slim figure with a neck-length bob haircut for her black hair, and had violet eyes. She was the heiress of the Citri family, the Kuo Student Council president, and a childhood friend and rival to Rias. They've been focusing on those weird monsters ever since those murders have been discovered and abandoned the search for the Excaliburs. That's their job, Rias. To purify hollows. Sona said, taking a sip from her tea. We can't expect them to abandon their proper duties to help us. To them and the whole of the Godii, the balance of souls will always take precedence. You seem to know a lot about the Shinigami and their faction. Rias noted. You mind sharing where you got this? My sister's dating their leader. He told me. The Gremory heiress nodded in understanding, before spitting out her tea and looking at Sona in shock. Please don't waste the tea. The Citri heiress simply told her. When? What? The crimson-haired devil managed to get out, trying to understand how that information slipped by her. This has been going on for over 5 years, Rias. You never asked. The Citri heiress told her friend. Well, I'm asking now, Sona. What can you share, and why am I just hearing about this now? Rias almost demanded, wiping up the tea she spat out earlier. I was told that Lord Surzex thought it'd be too dangerous to have you meet at the time. Sona closed her eyes to try and fully recall the past. At the time, you were still engaged to Riser and trying to find a way out of it, while Riser would have been quick to attack anyone you tried to approach for that purpose. Your brother was concerned that you talking to Captain Ichigo would have made Riser try to pick a fight with him. None of the Satans really knew Ichigo well enough to guess how he'd react to Riser, but they didn't think the end result would be any good and would strain any attempt at peace. That makes sense. Rias conceded. And, Captain Ichigo? Serafal never mentioned his full name. Although, since he was promoted, I guess it should be head captain, captain commander, or just plain shogun. Sona took a sip. Which reminds me. My sister did mention that Ichigo was named as the leader of all Japan's supernatural denizens. Wish I could meet him. Ria sighed, instantly getting the image of a refined and noble samurai warrior akin to her brother's knight, Okita Sujiro. I can guarantee that whatever you just pictured is wrong. Sona immediately stated. By the way, have you tried contacting your brother about what's happening? Have you called your sister? Rias countered. Yes, shortly before we started having tea. Again, Rias looked at Sona in surprise. I'm fully aware that we can't take on a leader-class fallen angel Rias, no matter how much you want to argue otherwise, and with the Godei members occupied with their mission, we can't rely on them for backup. And my loving sister said, this is supposed to be the overseer's call. Besides, my favorite berry wouldn't let anything dangerous actually happen to you. He hates that pet name. She whispered before the Citri heiress looked her friend in the eye. There's no shame in admitting you need help, Rias. So do what you should have done when we learned who our opponent is and call your brother. Rias sighed and put down her tea. I don't want to waste my brother's time with something trivial, but you're right. She admitted, the sense of defeat on her tongue as she conceded that this was out of her league. She pulled out her phone and was about to call Surzex, but that call wouldn't happen as she and every other devil in Kuo got a text that shook them to their cores. Irina, dead. Zenobia, condition critical. Kiba, in combat. Near the edge of the city, along a park trail. The hunt continued with Kiba, Irina, and Zenobia searching for any trace of their quarry with a strengthened zeal. It was hard to think they'd give even more to their mission, the girls being dedicated to their faith and Kiba wanting to destroy at least one Excalibur to avenge his fallen friends from the Holy Sword Project, but the murders made them push themselves even further with the desire to prevent any more needless deaths. It was an agreement among the exorcists and the devils that their enemies were now utterly unforgivable for their crimes, innocent bystanders were supposed to be off limits, and Kokabil's group completely disregarded that unspoken rule. This now prompted the group to fully work together without complaint, leading to this team of 3 hunting for their enemies wherever they could think to look. They weren't having much luck, but this day felt different, a thick tension in the air as the 3 made their way down the road. They would unfortunately get their answer when Irina was suddenly run through from behind, her blood revealing the shape of a single-edged straight sword, but the blade and wielder were otherwise invisible. The only reveal of who their opponent was a demented cackling that reminded Kiba of freed Selzen, though they wouldn't have much time to react as the blade tore through Irina's side and flew towards Zenobia at incredible speeds. She brought her Excalibur destruction up to block the blade, but then Freed became visible and split into 3 copies. She was helpless to the attack as she lost her left arm and right leg after managing to block one attack, though she was likewise disarmed of her blade. Kiba watched in shock at how quickly his 2 allies were dispatched and found himself frozen at the new and sudden ferocity of his enemy. As Zenobia fell, Kiba remembered the student council president advising him to keep a set of summoning seals to call on each of his peerage members. In an instant, Issei, Rias, Aquino, Kaneko, and Asia appeared, with Asia rushing to Zenobia the moment she saw her and the rest getting ready to fight the mad exorcist. Issei was growling in frustration, seeing the carnage, but forced to hang back while his sacred gear's strength started to build while everyone else was ready to fight Selzen. Freed's response was to laugh maniacally while splitting into multiple copies, almost downing out a voice from up above. Cleanse. Purgatio Lux. Issei looked up to see a fallen angel, Kokabil, missing 2 wings, a hand, and wielding a halberd-like weapon that shone with a light that just seemed wrong. From the spear tip was a growing ball of light that put the devil on edge. Move! He shouted, trying to rush to Asia as a beam of light shot at them, wide enough to cover the entire battlefield. Shiten Koshuan. I reject. They heard a familiar voice call out as an orange barrier appeared and weathered the beam of light, blasting back the force and dissipating the attack. Prism. More points appeared and surrounded the fallen angel before compressing and put him in a near-crushing hold. Everyone looked to the ground below Kokabil to find Orihime walking toward them, glaring at Freed. Selzen recognized a bad situation and tried to flee, but the moment he took a step to flash away with the speed power of Excalibur, he was immediately impaled by earthen spikes across his entire body. Sorry, but neither of you will be escaping anymore. The Godei agent said with finality, apathetic to the cries of pain and frustration from her prisoners. Kurosaki-sensei. Rias managed to say, completely shocked at her teacher's presence. Orihime's response was to smile happily and wave to her students. Hi everyone. Sorry I was late. Oh wait. Should I expose myself like this? She asked as she started thinking. Maybe I should have come in a disguise. Everything went silent aside from Fried's whimpering as he slowly bled out while the ORC just watched their teacher, still trying to understand what she really was. Then Orihime took a pose. Warrior of love and kindness. Soul Ranger Yellow. Everyone's sweat dropped. Actually, she'd look good in that skin-tight spandex. Issei said, letting his mind wander into lewd territory as he imagined Orihime in a skin-tight bodysuit that revealed every curve of her body and clung so tight he could make out her nipples. Rias growled, thinking of doing such cosplay later to keep her pawns focus on her, before returning her attention to her teacher. Sensei, what's going on? Who are you really? She asked as Orihime got out of her pose and smiled, flashing over to Rias and placed a comforting hand on the devil's shoulder. I'm Orihime Kurosaki. Agent of Soul Society stationed here in Kuoh to keep you and Sona safe. I'm also a loving, devoted, and protective wife, mother, and teacher. She turned to Kokabil, still struggling against his prison and being repelled by every movement. Now, let me show you what happens to those that threaten my kids. She said in a low and threatening tone, beginning to walk over to Kokabil, her Masamune appearing in her hand. However, I'm not so ungracious as to deny you the chance to pray to your god-fallen angel. The spirit master declared as the Shurten Koshuan barrier expanded, freeing Kokabil's movements, and opened to allow Orihime entry inside. Go ahead and do so, it'll be my last mercy. Kokabil's response was laughter. He, ha ha ha. The angel let out as he lowered himself to the ground, holding up his halberd. Seriously? I've no need to pray to the dead, but I will enjoy finally killing you. Orihime raised an eyebrow while the group behind her were stunned silent. Now, taste the superior power of my Zanpakuh dash. So if God is dead, then you have no one to pray to. That's pretty sad actually. Everything stopped again as she said that. I'm so sorry. You think I care about him? Kokabil roared in fury, creating massive light spears. Die you insolent dash. Sing, Masamune. Orihime quickly called out, a pulse of energy flying from her sword and turning Kokabil's halberd back to a katana, though the light spears still remained before being destroyed by some orange sprites with both of his arms being severed at the shoulder, causing him to scream in agony. I'm sorry you have no one to cry out to for mercy. No hope. Her elemental spirits appeared from behind her. This is only the beginning of an eternity of suffering. She said, bearing a smile reminiscent of Unohana. Cutting away. Just imagine the graphic punishment. Is this really Kurosaki-sensei? Rias asked, watching the horror unfold and trembling in fear. How could this be our same teacher? The entire Gremory peerage were witness to Orihime's brutal punishment and torture of one of the strongest fallen angels. Kiba was holding Zenobia up, her bleeding stopped thanks to Asia's healing though she was still missing her arm and leg. I know I can be sadistic to our enemies myself, but this? Akino started, feeling herself GG a bit. This scares me. I used to have so many naughty fantasies about her. Issei said, flinching in response to a particularly loud crack followed by Kokabil's cry. I'm too scared to even fantasize about her anymore. Yeah. I warned them about leaving Orihime with Unohana. They heard a familiar voice sound next to them. After the medical knowledge, she would definitely teach Orihime how to strike fear in others. They turned to find Grimmjow, joining them in watching the carnage, with a group of Quincy and Shinigami cleaning up the battlefield and gathering the fused Excalibur, Zenovia's severed limbs, and Irina's body. With them was another man with silver hair and wearing a leather jacket over a green shirt, leather chaps over burgundy jeans, and silver chain on his waist. I was really hoping to get here before she did this. Grimjow sighed, the man next to him nodding. Yeah. I don't think I'll be able to bring anything back to Azazel, he said, surprising the Gremory members at the name of the leader of the fallen. By the way, I'm Valor Lucifer, descendant of the original Lucifer and the current holder of the divine dividing gear Albion, he casually admitted, putting everyone on edge. Are you here to fight? Issei growled, already manifesting his gauntlet. Valley gave him a sideways glance, then back to Orihime as she kept torturing Kokabil, before returning to Issei. At first, but only Kokabil. Maybe you or Grimjow, since he'd seem like more of a challenge. But after this? He said, gesturing to what they were watching. My desire to fight is gone. Just gone. If it'll help, she's almost done. Grimjow said as they saw Orihime put on a glove and grab Kokabil by his throat before lifting him in the air, with a chain connecting his chest to the broken form at Orihime's feet that was burning to ash. The chain snapped and Orihime tapped the butt of her sword on Kokabil's head, making him give out an unearthly scream as a beam of light shot from his head and began to form a pair of doors with upper skeletal torsos that began to open. Seconds later chains shot out from the depths, impaling Freed and ripping his soul from his body while another few flew into the city. None of the non-Godii members could focus on those chains as a massive blade shot out from the depths of the gate, skewering Kokabil and Freed, ending their screams and dragging them in. Been a while since I saw that. The Arrancar idly noted while everyone else stared in shock as Orihime came over. Okay, I'm done, she said with a smile. I'm guessing those last few chains went to that Valper guy. Can I take care of that while you take Irina and Zenobia back to the bureau? Being reminded on their dead comrade brought the mood back down for the teens. Yeah, I don't mind. Just patch them up first, he said, pointing at the girls and reminding Orihime of the state they're in. Oh right. That's an easy fix. Lady Kurosaki, Zenobia started, I appreciate the offer, but Asia's sacred gear couldn't dash. So ten kiss hun, I reject. The spirit master chanted, enveloping both Irina and Zenobia in the healing barrier. The teens watched in utter amazement as Zenovia's missing limbs were restored and the hole in Irina's chest slowly closed before she took a deep gasp of air. There. All better, she said with a smile as she turned toward the city. Everyone, I'll see you in class tomorrow. Kurosaki-sensei. Wait. Kiba called out, letting Zenobia walk on her own again as she went to her comrade. Please. Let me come with you. Valper Galilei is a monster from my past. I need to see this through to the end, he begged, getting a clap on his shoulder from Issei while Valid disappeared. Not without us, he said, standing beside the Gremory Knight. Right. You've caused us enough grief going out on your own, Rias added as the rest of the peerage gathered around him. No more running around without us. And Lady Kurosaki, I intend to see this mission through to the end as well, Zenobia added while Grimjow took his team, the swords, and Irina and departed. Probably my last mission as a member of the church. Well, if you want, I've got a knight's position open for you, Rias offered. Or Soul Society can take you in, Orihime added. We're not picky. Zenobia looked between the two. I'll think about it, she said, earning a shrug from Orihime as each member was suddenly engulfed in a whirlwind. The next moment, they were gone. Cleaning up after crows. With Orihime and company. A breeze washed over the city of Kuo, casting a chill across the town. The breeze continued along its path, heading towards an abandoned church, forgotten to time and people. The door was left hanging off its hinges, making for easy passage for the Gremory peerage along with Orihime and Zenobia. The sheer versatility of abilities continued to surprise the teens, mainly dealing with angels and devils, and Soul Society's agents seemed to have one trick after another. As they were trying to figure out how they went across the city almost instantly, the devils finally looked at the church with Asia and Issei gasping as they recognized the building. Where Issei fought the fallen angel Rainier and where Asia died and was reincarnated as a devil. The red dragon noticed the healers trembling and wrapped a comforting arm around her. Seems like they had a barrier set up. Orihime said, feeling some fading traces of erasure in the magic used. No wonder we couldn't find this place. She started walking to the door, Zenobia right beside her. Hey, if this is too hard for you then you can go home Asia. She said, recognizing Asia's distress and bringing it to the attention of the rest of the peerage who went to support her. No. I can do this. She stuttered before shaking her head and glaring at the building. I will do this. Kiba, I'm here to support you. She said, looking at the Grimoire Knight, making him laugh a little. It seems we're both going to have to deal with our pasts. He said, getting up and running over to Orihime's side in front of the door and gasping in surprise at what he saw. There, on the floor in the middle of the sanctuary's center aisle, was Valper Galilei. The excommunicated bishop was grasping at his chest and breathing in agony, almost as if he was having a heart attack, but the clinking of chains made them think otherwise. He noticed his guests and his pained expression mixed with fury. Why you dmed witch? He growled upon recognizing Orihime. What did Yoich? He cried out as pain washed over him and rusty chains began to manifest around him. Look and understand everyone. Orihime ordered in a cold tone, any kindness and empathy dead for those condemned. All sinners are eventually ensnared by the chains of hell, eternally ravenous for their black souls. Valper tried crawling toward the group but the chains tightened their hold like serpents crushing the life out of him. The only ones that go to hell are prisoners and jailers. It should be obvious which one this is. Orihime made her way to the Dmed priest and forced his mouth open, used Ignis's fire to heat her fingernail, and burned an Ingus rune on his tongue, ignoring his cries all the while. Now, that should have separated the lies from your mouth. Maybe. She then got back up and turned to the devils. Kiba, do what you wish and get justice. Sensei. Kiba whispered, looking to his teacher and nodding, resolved to finish this grudge. Valper Galilei, the knight started while summoning a sword and making his way to the downed sinner. I'm a survivor of the Holy Sword Project, of those you murdered. I survived by becoming a devil and held on because I knew, one day, I would avenge Dash. He brought his sword up to crush Valper's skull but soon froze because of Orihime. Kiba. She shouted with absolute authority, enough to make everyone in the room freeze and look to her. I said justice. Not vengeance. Sensei. What's the difference? Kiba growled out, furious but at the same time unwilling to defy her. You said it yourself, even now hell is gnawing away at his soul. What difference does it make how I kill him? All the difference in the world, Kiba. The teacher answered without hesitation. Vengeance by killing, no matter what, is always empty. Doing so leaves you feeling hollow, or worse, delighting in their suffering. Turning you into an empty husk or as much of a monster that the chains will come for you next. She warned, the knight wanting to protest but held his tongue. Seeing hell firsthand, feeling a deep primal terror and unease from them opening, made him want to avoid going through them himself. Justice is impartial and unbiased. Abandon your hate and your grudge. If you truly wish to end his life, you can't do so out of your own desires or lying to yourself about doing it for your dead comrades. Kiba turned to glare at her. How dare Dash? Did they die just so you could selfishly pursue your revenge? She continued, making him grit his teeth as their words kept echoing in his mind, telling him to escape and live but not once about pursuing vengeance. Was their sacrifice just so you could throw away your heart? What about those around you now? What does the Grimoire peerage mean to you? Are you ready to abandon them just to get your revenge? You almost did that already, right? Kiba had to literally bite his lip, drawing blood as he took this scolding. What hurt most was that she was right, he was being selfish and justifying it for his vengeance. Well? Can you? Or shall I end his life? Orihime asked, manifesting Fulgur the lightning spirit. Kiba ground his teeth again, but let his sword fall before facing Valpur again. What was it for? He demanded. What was the end result of your research that we had die? Valpur started laughing before groaning as another wave of pain washed over him. I discovered a gene. He said, the rune on his tongue glowing as he spoke truthfully. To wield holy swords, let alone Excaliburs, one needed a certain amount of that gene. So I extracted it from them to combine and crystallize it. Kiba's eyes widened in shock while Zenobia gasped in recognition. Anyone that has a functional one and can adapt to it can wield even the true form of Excalibur. I remember. The exorcist said, placing a hand over her chest. Holy sword users are given one and told it was a blessing. She then went over to Valpur and started to dig through his robes before finding a deep blue gemstone. Those hypocrites. The bishop growled, helpless as Zenobia took the crystal. They expel me but still use my research. Did they need to die? Orihime asked. Were they going to die anyway after extracting that gene, or did you do it out of your own satisfaction? Valpur adopted a twisted grin before a chain shot out of his back, reminding him of his agony as he started to grow pale. No. Killing them was unnecessary. He admitted, making Kiba drop to his knees, tears falling from his face. I simply had no more use for those empty materials. Ubstrd. Issei roared and was about to charge but was held back by Rias and Kaneko, the entire peerage on the verge of crying for their dear comrade. Even Zenobia was stunned silent. Everything we suffered. Everything we went through. Kiba muttered, the final moments of his friends' lives flashing before his eyes. Where did this crystal come from? Zenobia demanded, needing to know whether anyone else died for it. That was the last crystal from the Holy Sword Project. Valpur was forced to admit, prompting Zenobia to give Kiba the crystal. The last remains of his comrades. Everyone. Why me? He begged, holding it close to his heart. Orihime made her way next to him and summoned her Masamune, tapping the crystal after sensing lingering memories within it. The Raisher and the church then began to coalesce and form into several different children, each wearing the same uniform. We wanted to help you. They began, making Kiba notice their existence. We didn't want you to feel alone. Our souls may have passed on already, but we'll always be with you now. Take us in. Please. They told him, turning into a cloud of spirit particles that he began to absorb. Thank you, Kurosaki-sensei. He said, holding out his hand and summoning a new sword. You kept me from going down a dark path. Now, I will strike injustice. The sword he created was a straight dual-edged blade with one side being silver and the other black with a line of runes running up the blade's fuller. Valpur Galilei, you are destined for hell. I shall now send you with this, a blade made of holy and demonic power. Sword of Betrayer. He rose the blade up and stabbed it down through the base of Valpur's neck, cutting through his spine and piercing his throat. There was a quake as the chains phased through his body with his blood-curdling screams of terror echoing through the building that ended just as quickly as it began. Valpur was in hell, Kiba got justice for his comrades, and the Gremory peerage still have their dear comrade. The knight dropped to his knees again and started crying again, a farewell and relief that he could finally bury his past. The rest of the devils gathered around their ally, Rias destroying Valpur's body with magic, and giving him a comforting hug. Orihime smiled while Zenobia looked somewhat uncomfortable. Come on. Orihime whispered as she walked past the girl, heading for a staircase in front of the altar. Our mission isn't over yet. And they need some time alone. Right. Zenobia nodded as she followed, descending the staircase down into the depths of the Forgotten Temple. Once she thought they were free from prying ears, she took the chance to ask some questions. Lady Kurosaki. I know what you described yourself as, but what are you really? And what is the Soul Society and the Godii? I'm a human. She answered simply, surprising Zenobia by the claim despite seeing what the woman did. Surprising, but it's the truth. In fact, aside from the yokai, everyone in the Godii is human. Shinigami are human souls capable of using their own spiritual power, Quincy are humans with the ability to manipulate ambient spirit energy, even the monster hollows we hunt are human souls that were twisted by their own negative emotions. The Godii is almost entirely made up of humans that have greater spiritual abilities. My method is to summon and contract spirits to fight alongside me in exchange for proving myself and allowing them to sustain themselves with my power. Everyone has their own power like that, and I'm not even the strongest. But I do have a strong will. Where do you find recruits? The Holy Sword user asked, still trying to understand how humans can have such powers. Anyone can apply. If you don't have sufficient spiritual power, we'll help train you to get there. How long and how hard do I have to train? She whispered, still in shock at the power that mere humans could possess without sacred gears or some other type of artifact. Training? Pretty hard, the soul responds to danger and stress. How long? Less than a year if you're really dedicated. Again Zenobia gasped in shock and stood still while Orihime continued down. The forgotten truth is that humans start out weak because they also have endless potential. She reached the basement door and opened it, immediately blocking an attack with an orange barrier. Well, that was rude. Orihime pouted as she took in the room, littered with research notes, copies of the Excalibur fragments Kokabil had, the missing Zanpakuto, dozens of broken replicas, and a disheveled and dirty albino girl wearing tattered rags that looked like a pre-teen trying to stand between Orihime and another teen, this one with spiky red hair and a lean muscular build wearing tattered pants and chained to the wall. Stop hurting my brother. The girl's shrill voice cried out as birds manifested from her power and shot at Orihime. Again they failed to pierce the barrier as she walked in and directed the rest of the Shun Rika spirits to their jobs. She trapped the kids in healing barriers and broke the boy free of his chains, causing him to fall to the ground. Shiro! The girl cried, trying to rush to her brother but was repelled by the barrier. Please calm down. Orihime gently said, appearing behind the girl. You're not done healing from your injuries. She dropped down to the girl's eye level, pointing at the rapidly fading cuts and bruises. Don't worry. No one is going to hurt you anymore. She promised as the barrier lifted and Orihime slowly brought her hand to the girl, frowning as she flinched slightly but let Orihime touch her shoulder. What's your name? Ilya. Ilyasvila Mia. She answered. That's my brother. Shiro. Orihime then gently pulled the girl into her embrace. Ilya. That's a lovely name. The older woman said as Ilya slowly latched onto her. You're both safe now, Ilya. I promise. The albino girl buried her face into Orihime's shoulder and let her tears flow. Soul Society, Squad 1 main office. The next day. And then Orihime took them to where Valper was, let Kiba get closure, and raided their hideout to recover anything of value. Ichigo told Selzen and Michael, speaking to full-body magic projections of the angel and devil. Selzen looked like an older male version of his sister with a steel gray and gold armored mantle, while Michael's mantle was gold with a gentle but sad expression on his face with a gold halo above his long blonde hair. Michael, I intend to return the Excalibur fragments and Valper's research with your exorcists, but only after I remove anything that compromises Soul Society. We'll probably have to break the fused Excalibur they made by mixing a Zanpakuto into the blade. Our swords manifest their powers by becoming reflections of the wielders, and I doubt anyone wants a copy of freed Selzen possessing any fragment of such a legendary blade. The fewer of him around the better. Michael conceded with a nod. One more thing, Ichigo, you said that Zenobia did hear what Kokabil said. About your god being dead. The Soteicho asked, feeling a soft hum in his head as the Soul King spoke to him. She was still alive and heard. She seems to be taking it rather hard but is keeping quiet about it for Irina, who only seems to have become even more pious. Resurrected by the will of God as a reward for her faith. Ichigo said, reciting Irina's claims. Became convinced that buying that ugly but painting was the right call as result. Michael gave an embarrassed laugh but looked like he was regretting something he was about to say. Irina's faith aside, my heart breaks for Zenobia as I must unfortunately have her excommunicated from the church. The angel admitted. We're barely holding ourselves together and something like this would destroy heaven and the church. And, I know this might be much to ask but Orihime and Rias have offered her a chance to join either my faction or the devil's. Ichigo interrupted, sparing Michael any further struggle with his decision and guilt for it. Whatever path Zenobia wishes to take will be up to her and no one else. If she wishes to join the Godii, I will welcome her with open arms and she'd be well off as a member of Rias Gremory's peerage. Zenobia will be fine either way. Michael smiled and nodded in thanks. It seems that everything has been settled rather neatly. Selzen spoke up, looking to Michael specifically. As such, with this chance, I think it's time we settle things for good. I have no intention of continuing the great war that our predecessors were so intent on fighting. Heaven can't afford it. Nor do I want to continue it either. Michael finished. Too much bloodshed for ultimately no gain on anyone's part. Ichigo. Your take? He asked the acting shogun. So long as it doesn't harm my country or the balance of souls, ultimately I don't care. Ichigo admitted. So I'd prefer it if you did come to a peaceful agreement since if you do fight, ultimately humans suffer. Indeed, and I'd hate to spoil our friendship by gaining your ire. Selzen agreed. There happens to be a class observation day at Kuoh soon and I plan to attend for Rias. Serafal plans to do the same for Sona. Sounds like we have a meeting time and place, Kuo Academy and after class observation day. I'll leave you to plan out any further details. Ichigo said, planning to end the call soon. What of Azazel? Michael asked, bringing up the one member of the biblical faction that wasn't associated with the leader of Japan. I can't imagine he'd want to be left out of this. I'll reach out to Azazel. Ichigo promised. My agents placed a tracker on Valley and we already know where to find him. I only waited because I wanted to see what you two wanted to decide. The two smiled and nodded again, grateful to the hybrid's foresight and willingness to host this peace summit. I'll be off then. I have much to plan. Michael said before his projection shut off. I'll need to get ready. Selzen started before Ichigo cut him off. Appoint a new overseer. The shogun demanded. In times of peace, Rias was doing well enough, but in an actual test. She's wanting as a leader. The devil flinched but couldn't defend his sister, not after how she handled the Excalibur matter. Too passive with the fallen and that inaction led to Issei's death, that sparring match was too dangerous for her own people. I heard she had to be pressured into calling for backup, and for someone that wanted out of her engagement she didn't seem to put much effort into actually escaping it. 3 years and she only started training after Riser showed up with the raiding game challenge. I've been patient but her pride gets in the way of her being an effective leader. She can stay in Japan, but I want her replaced. Selzen sighed, not looking forward to telling Rias about this. We'll have a candidate by the time of the summit. He promised before the projection cut off, leaving Ichigo and Nagao alone in the office. You did not mention anything about the siblings? Or about the Excalibur replicas? His lieutenant asked as Ichigo returned to his desk and activated his personal work computer. I intend to tell no lies to my allies but I won't tell the whole truth either. Not if it risks the safety of my people. The commander admitted as he sent an email to the SRDI requesting an update on the study of the recovered material from Valper's lab. Shiro and Ilya will be kept a secret until they fully recover and tell us what they want. The two were immediately transferred to Shadow Karakura's hospital under Yuryu's protection while they began healing from whatever torture Valper put them through. Said it also gives the Tosaka sisters something to do other than bug their superiors for new assignments despite being fresh, which recruits themselves. There was a ping on his email, confirming that the replicas did indeed have the same power as the original, with Valper's notes confirming Shiro's role in creating those swords. A special request came from Mayuri to download Valper's mind for any further details the man neglected to have with his notes. Looks like a trip to hell is in order. Ichigo decided before closing everything up. Kagetora, I'll be heading out for a while. I want to pay my cousin a visit, so hold down the fort till I return. Nagao bowed her head, having full faith and trust in her captain that nothing he does is without reason. Soul Dragon Candy Kuo Squad 15 Bureau. Deep within the underground of Kuo was the true facility of Soul Dragon Candy, offering a wide training ground with healing hot springs, beds, stocked rations, and other essentials for the army of soul warriors. Deep in prayer were the two exorcists, Irina and Zenobia, fresh out of a sparring match with wooden practice swords while their Excaliburs were being used in the effort to extract the Zanpakuto from the fused Excalibur. Zenobia could hear Irina whispering her thanks and eternal devotion as God's chosen, having been resurrected by His grace. She chose not to comment, still coming to terms with hearing about God's death and what possibilities were in her future, whereas her partner was in near constant prayer. She was brought out of her musings as Orihime arrived. "Hey, you two," she sang out as she walked to the pair. "I've got news about Ichigo's call with heaven." Irina practically jumped halfway across the training field, high on life and excited to hear what her superiors had to say about their success. Zenobia was already setting herself up for hearing the inevitable. "Michael said that you did an excellent job and surely had God's favor with your revival, Irina." The twin-tailed exorcist beamed as she offered more prayers. "Heaven has great plans for you. Preferably towards a peaceful future," Orihime said with a smile before turning to Zenobia and losing that smile. "Zenobia, you're excommunicated for choosing to fight alongside the devils." The blue-haired sword user let out a resigned sigh while Irina was utterly shocked. "What? But, we both sided with the devils," Irina argued, refusing to believe that her partner was being exiled from the church. They were invaluable allies in stopping Kokabil. She was given a false story about a valiant battle where both the devils of the Gremory peerage and Zenobia fought to stop the foul plan to restart the holy war of the biblical factions, attempting to hide the extent of Soul Society's powers and abilities. Mainly from the church itself. Yes, they were, but the church still can't abide such a blasphemous act. Orihime retorted, going over the excuse planned in advance. While you were given a pass, due to that miracle of your resurrection, Zenobia had no such blessing. All Michael can do for her is wish her the best and order Irina to report that Zenobia took her own life in penance for her crime. Irina felt tears welling in her eyes while Zenobia merely gave resigned nods. "He's hoping that this will keep you safe from any of the more extremist exorcists that aren't so forgiving." The blue-haired blade master was about to say something, before her partner caught her in a tight hug. "This isn't right," Irina cried out, her tears pouring down her face while Zenobia gently patted her back. "We both made the decision, knowing the consequences. Why am I considered blessed for failing when you survived?" "Irina, we knew the risks when we accepted their help," Zenobia told her, just letting Irina pour out her grief. "Even if heaven forgave me, so many exorcists would be eager to kill me just for doing what was necessary. Besides, Irina, weren't you a little eager to cut down your own childhood friend when you learned he was a devil?" Orihime simply asked, forcing Irina to remember the sparring match with Issei. "I never dash," she started, pulling herself away from Zenobia. "You used an Excalibur against an unarmored devil, and you thought nothing about it," the older woman reminded, stunning Irina into silence. "I am well aware that devils are the enemies of God," she said with air quotes, "but what about the Gremory peerage would make you believe they were evil?" Irina tried to come up with anything, but the only thing she could were what the church told her. Irina, if anything, remember the teachings of your faith. Not your religion, your faith. What do you mean? Zenobia asked, confused by Orihime separating the two. Religion is the structure, the rules and teachings to follow. The spirit master said, slipping into her teacher mode. Religion is the practice, but faith is what drives belief. You can have faith and use religion to exercise that faith, but even if that religion fails you, you still have your faith. Irina, do you have faith that God truly loves his followers? That God is benevolent to forgive anyone should they truly open their heart and accept it? Irina thought for a moment, and nodded her head. Yes. Yes, he would. The twin-tailed reasoned. Asia can still be pious, even as a devil, why can't I be just as faithful? To love, accept, and forgive. That is what your God wishes and your duty to make it come true among your fellow church members. Orihime instructed, placing a hand on Zenovia's shoulder and leading her away. Now, let's go get you measured for a fake body to cremate and send back to help sell this lie. The Bluinette looked back to her partner, deep in prayer again, before looking back to Orihime. Are you sure you aren't a saint? Or maybe one reborn? Zenovia asked, making Orihime giggle in response. Nope. I just try to help the world become a bit more peaceful. Besides, every major religion I've seen preaches that message but humans just have a hard time following it. She answered as they gained a bit more distance from Irina. So. Have you made your decision? Become Ryasa's knight or join the Godii? The former exorcist took all of 10 seconds to think. It seems like Michael's pushing me to join the Godii. Is there any reason why I shouldn't? None that I can think of. Orihime answered. You're judged on merit, will have plenty of time to hone your skills, none of the weaknesses of other factions, and no restrictions beyond possible war crimes. She held out a card for Zenovia. If you truly wish to join the Godii, go to Karakura Town Hospital and give this to my sister, Yuzu Kurosaki. The teen took the card and nodded her head, making her decision. Good. Now let's get you examined so we can make a body. To burn. Orihime said with a smile, making Zenovia gawk. You were serious about that. Some docks near Kuo, nighttime. The moon was full, shining like a pale sun on the city in the one place the artificial lights were dim, and giving a lone figure his peace. He appeared in his 20s, had black hair and goatee with golden bangs up front, and wore a thin black yukata, unaffected by the night air. In his hands was a simple fishing rod as he sat on a bench, casting out his line and waiting for a bite. Or rather, a visitor as he finally saw a pair of sliding doors, a senkaman, appear next to him and revealing Shunsui Kairaku. I was wondering when any of you Shinigami would show up after I found the tracker you left on Valley. The man said, looking over to the retired Sutecho. Kairaku still had his floral kimono, hairpins, and his katana and wakizashi zanpakuto but now wore a simple white outfit underneath. Would you care to join me? The man offered another rod, which Kairaku took. Certainly. He said with a smile as he cast out his line. Would you care to share a drink with me? Kairaku pulled out a sake jug and 2 small cups. I'd never say no to a friendly drink. He took the cup as Shunsui poured him a drink. Kanpai. He called out before sipping down the alcohol. Ah. That's the stuff. The Shinigami sighed as he drank his glass. So, I'm Shunsui Kairaku, headmaster of Kuo Academy in Seoul Society, here on behalf of the current Captain Commander and Acting Shogun. Azazel. Governor General and leader of the Grigori. The now named fallen angel revealed. And I would like to apologize about Kokabil. I should have suspected he'd go rogue. And that matter with Rainier? She went against my orders to merely observe, so I suspect Kokabil had a hand in that as well. The angel claimed as he took another drink. I see. Kairaku muttered as he had another drink himself. Well, that doesn't change my reason for being here. Offering me an invite to the peace summit between the angels and devils that your side is sponsoring? Azazel said with confident smile, only to be surprised by the answer. No. Shunsui said as the air became far more tense. I'm here to tell you that your presence is demanded, not requested. The former head captain set his rod down and stood up, preparing to walk away. Regardless of whether they were independent of your orders or not, the fact is that your people almost caused a war that wouldn't just affect your biblical faction, but would have dragged Japan into that conflict. Something we really didn't want and are rather sore about, so it's in your best interests to attend this meeting. Mitigate the damage you indirectly caused. A Senkaman appeared. Keep the sake. Consider it a gift, make it so this conversation was a friendly one instead of a rude threat. I won't deny my failings in that regard, Kairaku. Azazel said as he took the bottle. But you never had to twist my arm to attend a peace summit. I'm frankly happy that those two are trying to end the war for good. He commented before drinking the liquor from the bottle directly. To peaceful days ahead. The fallen angel cheered. Shunsui smiled as he entered the Senkaman, the happy expression on their faces immediately melting away as they thought about a simple truth. There's no such thing as a peaceful future. Shadow Karakura, Silburn, Private Quarters. Sitting on a couch in a room coated in light blue and dark silver was Yuryu, wearing a white button-up shirt with dark jeans, looking up to his ceiling with three pupil eyes. While Ichigo went about extracting Valper's intelligence for the SRDI, he called his cousin to use his power of precognition to see what was ahead of them. He was sitting there for 5 minutes, seeing every possibility and outcome and attempting to memorize and plan for the best-case scenarios. Eventually he deactivated it, allowing his eyes to return to normal, and released a heavy sigh while he rubbed his eyes. 1. The Quincy King counted before a tear in space opened in front of him with a can of beer flying at him. Yuryu easily caught it as Ichigo walked out, holding one for himself and sat down next to his cousin. So. What did you see? Ichigo asked as Yuryu popped open his can and took a long gulp of the bitter drink. After he finished, he let out another deep sigh, making Ichigo groan. And here I thought we could relax. Yeah, go ahead and call me mean for doing that to Irina and Rias, but I'm not an enabler just cause they have nice melons. Ranjaku would still be alive if that was enough. Irina didn't even seem that bothered about fighting Issei in a fight that could have killed him, and Rias admitted in this arc in canon that her pride got the better of her again. Irina was a religious zealot, but that can be fixed. Rias has no one to blame but herself for her poor judgment. Yes, I'm still including characters from the Fate series since I'm planning on a second hero faction for the Alliance side. Shiro is still adopted, Rin and Sakura were never separated, Ilya isn't a homunculus, and no Saber X Shiro, please be content that he'll still get Rin and Sakura. And yes, Yuryu pulled a Doctor Strange from Infinity War. The Almighty provides nigh omniscience with very few capable of messing with it, only an idiot wouldn't use that. Now for something completely different. Oh make. The spirits are forever with you. Guys. It's time. Issei called out to the rest of the Gremory peerage as they crowded around the TV in his home. After everything that happened, they decided to try writing a fan letter to Don Kananji on his Kande segment of Ghost Bust to see if that could get them anything, since most of their usual efforts turned up nothing. On the screen, sitting next to a table with neat stack of letters was the man himself, Don Kananji. He was a tall and thin man with tan skin, a styled mustache, and black hair set in a dreadlocks ponytail. During the normal show of ghost hunting, he would normally wear some rather flashy outfits and act rather flamboyantly. However, over the last decade as age wore its ravages, he took a more subdued approach for the Kande segments he now hosted. As such, he was now wearing a dark blue dress shirt and black pants. He kept his round sunglasses though. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Ghost Talks. I'm your host, Misamaru Kananji. The man said, taking a sip of tea. Now let's get to your letters. Our first one comes from A. He took up the first letter, Pervy Red Dragon. Ha. Issei cried out while Kaneko suppressed a laugh. Kaneko, why? Issei wrote the letter, but Kaneko submitted it. She also changed the name for a minor prank. Asking, Kananji started, Dear Don, lately I've been seeing these weird black-clothed samurai people around my hometown but no one else sees them. What are these guys? The man let out a laugh. They are a good sign, dear viewer. They are the Shinigami, shepherds of lost souls guiding them back to the cycle. We do similar work, and if you're seeing them, then you can rest easy knowing your town is safe. The Gremory peerage stared at the screen as the host went to the next letter before Issei shut it off, calmly stood up, went over to the wall, and started bashing his head against it. That didn't tell us anything. He roared in frustration. Unknown to the world, the Don wasn't just a showman, he was a legit spirit medium that worked with the Godai. Sometimes purifying souls and cleansing hollows, but his main duty in the Godai was to seek out potential recruits among the living. Zenovia's Soul Boot Camp. It was a somewhat lengthy trip for the former exorcist, but she eventually reached Karakura Hospital and did as Orihime instructed. She found Yuzu, the fourth seat of Squad 15, working as a receptionist in the hospital, and was directed to 1 Exam Room 15. Inside was a Quincy Sun gate that immediately teleported her to the shadow side of Karakura and putting her within the Silbern fortress that dominated Shadow Karakura. From there she was picked up by the third seat, Karen Kurosaki, who took Zenovia to the training basement. Upon confirming her desire to be a Shinigami, Karen ejected Zenovia's soul from her body and ordered her to play a game of tag with her nephew Kazui. Fresh souls needed time and action to adjust to their new bodies. She still looks stiff. Karen said, wearing a lighter version of the Quincy military outfit with her black hair in a messy bun, watching Zenovia feebly chase Kazui as he basically glided across the sandy plain of the massive training ground. Guess it's time to introduce the fight or flight instinct. Bawa. She suddenly yelled out, surprising the Shinigami recruit as the ground shook slightly and a massive black snake hollow burst from the ground. Zenovia gaped in shock at the serpent, whose facial features were large pink lips and humanoid teeth with the rest of the face being a horn-plated hollow mask. That's Bawa. He'll gobble you up if he catches you. Karen called out as the snake opened its maw, targeting Zenovia with interest. You people are insane. She cried out as she ran. Maybe, but it works. Karen said, smiling as Zenovia's stiffness disappeared almost immediately. Preparations for the summit. Kyoto, Shadow Side. It was the closing hours of the day for the domain of the Yukai, when many would lay to rest for the coming morn, though the city was still alight with activity for most of the guards, workers, and everyday denizens of the realm. All unaware of the black-cloaked figure that glided across the rooftops, silently stepping from one building to the next, aimed at a towering Japanese castle. The guards of Yukai, Shinigami, and Quincy failed to notice as silent presence easily slipped through a window and vanished before a Nico maid rounded the corner. Princess Kunu. The maid called out, looking about frantically. Please, it's time for your bath. Your mother is very clear about your bedtime. The cloaked intruder watched as the maid ran by, their head shifting upward toward the roof of the third level. Without even disturbing the air, the figure slipped through the same window they came in from and ascended to the spot the young fox was hiding at. They found her, huddled next to the window and shaking from barely contained laughter as she forced the castle staff to play her game of hide and seek. Kazui or Yuichi would have found me easily by now. She giggled, unaware of the figure coming up next to her before pouting sadly. I wish I could play with them more. I wish I could go to school with them in Karakura. She was brought out of her melancholy as the figure snatched her up and held her up in a warm embrace. Causing trouble for the castle staff again, my little fox cub? The figure asked, removing the hood to reveal a skull mask that melted away to reveal Ichigo's smiling face. Kunu's face lit up with joy as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Papa! She cheered, nuzzling against him affectionately. What's with the surprise visit? Did you get time off? No sweetie, I did not. Ichigo returned, chuckling as his daughter's hair tickled his face. I'm still here for work, but I came in secret because I doubt the castle would be calm with their Lord Shogun being present. He set her down and kept rubbing her head, making her squee at the petting. And if that happened, I doubt I'd get the time to be with my favorite fox cub. His hands immediately shot to her sides, surprising the girl. But I still have to punish you for misbehaving, Kunu. Daddy, please do a ha 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 ha. She tried to beg before being subjected to her father's tickles, laughing as his fingers danced up and down her sides relentlessly as she curled up in an attempt to escape his unrelenting hands. Take your punishment and apologize to everyone. He dramatically declared as she kept laughing. I am sore hee. She barely managed to say, getting him to stop as he picked her back up and kissed her cheek. Fine. Daddy forgives you. He said as she latched on again, trying to catch her breath. Now let's see if Mommy does. She might. The two looked at the window to see Yasaka in a bathrobe looking at the two, if Papa joins her and their daughter for a bath. She said with a smile. Kunu turned to her father with an expectant look in her eyes, making the man sigh. I guess I have no choice. Ichigo said, relenting as mother and daughter cheered. The bath was a simple affair of bonding as a family, washing each other and basking in the warm herbal water meant to soothe nerves and aid in sleep. Not to say that Yasaka didn't take advantage of having her husband around and in such empty proximity, washing his body with her own and making liberal use of her large BRSTS and GRPNG his crotch. When they were finished, Kunu was taken to her bed while Ichigo and Yasaka went to her own. A large white room with a large bed, wardrobe, drawers, but the most prominent piece of decor was a shrine dedicated to the gods of Japan. You certainly made her month, my lord husband. The fox priestess said as she shed her bathrobe, bearing her whole glory to Ichigo without reserve and making an effort to show off each of her bodily assets. Perhaps we should grant her a younger sibling. I would happily bear another child of yours. She shook her hips as she bent over, looking through a drawer filled with her sexiest lingerie. That would still be a while before she has her playmate Yasaka. Ichigo countered, drinking in her form with his gaze but not allowing his desire of her to control him. He was here on business, much to his chagrin. You could finally allow her to attend school in Shadow Karakura with her siblings. Ora Mishabane is very protective of her students and very few if any can get past Yuria's sight. He said, keeping the finer details of the Almighty hidden, though he was answered with a pout from his wife. I know that, but I still worry about letting her go out beyond my realm. She chose to forego undergarments and instead picked out a moon and flame-themed sleeping yukata, wearing it rather loosely so that it was barely holding on by her BRSTS and ready to reveal their bounty to him again. What mother isn't hesitant to let their child leave the den before they're ready, or before the mother thinks they're ready? Only terrible ones or those without any other choice. Ichigo answered. Though some others might consider you selfish or overprotective with keeping Kuna here in Kyoto, knowing the safety net she has outside of the city. Especially since she's the firstborn of the one that was named Japan's leader of the supernatural. She admitted, sitting down on her bed. Now less about the pleasantries and more about the reason you're here. She went from a wife seducing her husband into a night of passion to the leader of the Yukai of the region. The peace summit with the three factions of the biblical group, correct? Yes, unfortunately. The shogun admitted. As much as I wish this was simply to see my wife and child, that isn't the case. He made his way in front of Yasaka, shifting to his own business state as well. As the strongest one, I'm serving as the neutral peacekeeper and mediator. Yuryu will be attending as the representative of the Godai, and I've contacted the other Yukai leaders about their representation. They said they'd leave it to you. Yasaka nodded in understanding. I've thought about it and have made my choice. My loyal guard, Tomo Guzan, will act as the representative of the Yukai. Ichigo nodded. Very well then. I expect her to gather their seals and be present in Kuo before the summit. I shall relay your orders. She said, closing her eyes with a nod of her head. Or you can tell her in the morning, preferably after a night of past dash. She opened her eyes to find Ichigo was already gone. Ion. F dash dot. She said in defeat, falling back onto her bed. Seconds passed like minutes before she got back to her feet, readjusted her outfit, and made her way to her daughter's room, intent on cuddling with her beloved fox cub. Kuo Academy, home EC classroom. Orihime was again in her classroom, judging performances and assigning grades, as she thought about how certain students did in today's class of baking pies. Most of the students did fine, except for one that usually excels and now had to be dismissed due to several cuts and minor burns on her hands. It didn't take a genius to tell that Rias Gremory was distracted with something, but only a small number of people in the school was aware of what it was. Now Orihime waited for the devil to come speak with her, finally having the chance to do so now that everything else had calmed down. The class door opened and was soon shut as the crimson-haired heiress came into the classroom. "How are your hands?" she immediately asked, always caring for her students. "Want me to heal them?" "No, sensei." Rias declined with a giggle at Orihime's motherly attitude, a stark contrast to how she brutalized Kokabil with little effort. "It was just a couple of cuts and burns. Nothing Asia couldn't handle. Though if I had lost a finger, then I'd ask you for help." Though she meant it as a joke, it served as a reminder to herself of the sheer gap displayed by agents of the Soul Society. "Something you'd like to talk about?" the spirit user asked, noticing the devil's gloom. "Something outside of class or club activities?" Rias released a sigh as she thought about airing her grievances to her, knowing now that she was spying on the Gremory peerage the entire time she's been here, but Orihime was always a source of helpful advice when she needed it. Thus, she took the plunge. "I screwed up, badly," she admitted, referring to the Excalibur incident. "It wasn't the first time my pride and arrogance hurt the people I love, but I was hoping that there wouldn't be a second time." "People make mistakes, Rias," Orihime told her. "But that's the way of things. Count your blessings at what was saved and what you could learn from those mistakes. Such as caution and understanding. Think about what you have lost, what you almost lost, and how you can do better." Rias took a moment to think, coming up with the obvious first choice. "Being able to control and help my servants better. I should have noticed Kiba's mood and talked to him sooner, rather than letting him run off like that." Orihime nodding along and encouraging Rias to continue. "And I should have either prevented that sparring match Issei and Kiba fought in with Zenobia and Irina or just have them fight with practice swords and forbid Kiba from using his sacred gear. That is painfully obvious in hindsight. Most things tend to be." The teacher agreed. "What else?" "I probably wouldn't try to convince the exorcists to work with us," Rias admitted. "My pride wouldn't allow that and I don't think I could have convinced them even if I wanted to. Look at how that turned out. And did your pride prevent you from calling Selzen for backup?" Maybe. The Gremory heiress said, conflicted on her own feelings. "I'm the sister of the strongest devil, the leader of our people and a master of the power of destruction. I have to be able to hold my own. And what have you actually done to prove you're that strong?" Orihime suddenly said with a hint of venom in her voice, shocking Rias. "Have you pushed yourself to the point that you collapse from pain and exhaustion? Till your hands bled from repetition and an act became as familiar as breathing? Recited chants and spells so much that you could speak them backwards while intoxicated? Have you ever actually tried at something that required physical effort on your part?" With each question, Rias felt herself shrink more and more at her teacher's controlled fury. "I've watched my closest friends and loved ones do exactly that and beyond, with the one that was born special applying himself even harder because of it." The spirit user paused and took a breath to calm herself before leveling stern glare to the devil, one that reminded her of her sister-in-law. "You're one of my precious students, Rias Gremory, so it's because of that I tell you now, out of your entire peerage, you're the weakest member." Rias wanted to protest, but the sheer power of Orihime's lecture kept her silent and grounded. "You're lazy, arrogant, and foolish because you didn't learn your lesson even after Riser tortured Issei to prove a point. Just a little girl while everyone around you is growing up. Natural talent only goes so far among the weak, the strong push beyond themselves. So, how do you plan to fix that? Orihime finished, looking to Rias for an answer as to how the devil would proceed, and ready to stomp down anything that seemed like an insincere course of action. I should focus on my own growth more, the Gremory heiress started, taking the time to actually consider her course of action, and copy Issei by sparring with someone strong. She said, making an expectant look at Orihime though she didn't acknowledge it as she gestured for Rias to continue. I should also do some more group exercises so we gain a better understanding of each other. Maybe if we had that, I wouldn't have lost Zenobia to the Godii. She sighed out, remembering the potential knight she failed to acquire. I'm betting she wished she became a devil too by now. Orihime suddenly added, surprising Rias. I heard her training instructor is my sister, Karen Hitsugaya, who can be a little rough. The pause made the devil a little concerned. Well, thanks for the talk, Kurosaki-sensei. Gremory said as she got up. It gave me a lot to think about. And if you're still sad, take advantage of that to get some alone time with that dragon of yours. Orihime said with a wink, causing Rias to laugh. Keep talking like that and it'll ruin your innocent image. That ship sailed back when I lost my virginity in a three-way at 15 years old with my best friend. Now Rias was shocked. For a devil that often sleeps with her favorite pawn, you're surprisingly pure. Need a reminder on how SEC works? I can get some toys for some private less dash. I'm going now. Got a pool to clean, Rias almost screeched, face even more red than her hair as Orihime giggled to herself. So innocent. I almost understand the way you acted back in high school, Chizuru. She said as she finished up her paperwork. Now then. Maybe I'll visit my favorite shut-in before calling it a day. Gasper is so cute. She then disappeared in a gust of wind. ORC clubroom, later that same day. Now girls, did we learn our lesson? Orihime asked as both Rias and Akino whimpered in their chairs, a cup of tea in her hands as she stood over the girls. The pool was easily cleaned by the group of devils and they were enjoying their swim, Issei helping to teach Asia and Kaneko, and not a care was had as they had their fun. That was until Akino decided to try and flirt with Issei while he was applying sun lotion on Rias and the two got into a fight. A non-serious and playful fight by devil standards where they threw magic at each other, but one that was still causing damage to school property. Pretty soon after it started both girls were restrained as the pool water engulfed them and Orihime appeared to put a stop to it before making the two of them repair the damage, mostly by hand, and then gave them both a thorough spanking. Kurosaki-sensei. Issei started, holding up a shaky hand and reminded on how scary the teacher was. Don't you think that was a little severe? It's not like anyone was hurt and we could have easily fixed the damage. Orihime turned a smile at him and he responded by hiding behind Kaneko. No, I don't, Issei. It doesn't matter that it's an easy problem to fix, they still destroyed school property over a rather childish issue. She paused to take a drink. There's a difference between destruction of school property during a serious battle and the same during a game. One's unavoidable, the other is irresponsible. If you're going to break anything, then just break your own toys. Wouldn't you agree, Serzex? She asked, looking behind the group as Serzex appeared in a suit through a portal with a woman dressed as a maid with long silver hair. His maid, wife, and queen of his peerage, Graphia Lucifuge. Yes, my sister does need to be more careful and to not attract unwanted attention. The Devil King responded as most of Rias's servants kneeling to him with the exception of Rias and Akino. Rias and her best friend were trying their hardest to not aggravate their still stinging bottoms. Orihime has a mean smack. I apologize for her actions, Kurosaki-sensei. She doesn't seem used to actually being disciplined for poor behavior, or the ramifications of poorer judgment. The Godii agent said, putting a finger to her chin as she pretended to think. I wonder if this is the result of being spoiled and coddled her whole life. Rias flinched while Serzex's expression became slightly strained, trying to maintain his calm and cool mask. Oh well, I can discuss this with her parents and guardians during the next parent-teacher conference. I'm guessing your presence here is about the Peace Summit, or is it about the upcoming open house? Again Rias flinched. Please sensei, my brother is very busy so I'm not bothered by him not apt dash. Father will be attending as well Rias, and it's both Kurosaki sensei. That got the attention of the Gremory peerage. When we decided to hold this Peace Summit, I suggested Kuo Academy because I knew of the upcoming open house so Serafall and I would be here anyway. Rias groaned in disappointment since she wanted to avoid having her brother present. Oh, I haven't seen Serafall in so long, can't wait for the open house now. Orihime cheered. But, is that the only reason why you're here? Both Orihime and Grafia were looking at him with a stare that could burn through steel, almost demanding that he come clean about a certain matter that Rias needed to hear about. Actually, there is something else. The Devil King admitted, feeling somewhat nervous from their glares. I forgot to book a hotel, he said, causing the peerage to be shocked in disbelief at his sudden airheadness as he asked Issei if he could stay at his place. Grafia shook her head in disappointment and Orihime just accepted that he didn't want to give Rias the bad news just yet. Should get to know the family of the Red Dragon a little better. It's only right that I meet the family that's been taking care of my precious sister after all. Rias may have joined her peerage in their reaction to Serzex's bizarre mess-up, but she noticed he was nervous about something and just deflected the question. Well, I'll be leaving you all to it then. Don't forget to clean up everyone. The spirit user ordered as Orihime started walking out of the classroom, aware that Serzex started following her while Grafia talked with Issei about their future cohabitation. Did you want something? Yes. I know you know about my sister's other bishop. Orihime turned to face the devil. I'm not precisely sure how the Godii is keeping tabs on her peerage, but I'm asking you to help her with him. She needs something to go her way right now. She needs to recognize how complacent she's been, but you are right about giving her a win. She might break down into a depression if she doesn't. She turned and started walking away again. Especially after a certain coward finally tells her she's being replaced. Serzex felt that one. The next morning. After the night at the Hayato residence, Rias was pulled into showing her brother around Kuo by Grafia. What the Gremory heiress found even more odd was her brother's insistence that it wasn't necessary, knowing he'd take any chance to dote on her. She was determined to find out what Serzex was hiding and told Issei to go to school without her. His only other company was Asia, which wasn't a bother, but his mind was trapped by one thought. Somehow using his boosted gear to enhance Rias's melons. That thought was so dominant in his mind that he almost didn't notice the pulsing pain in his left hand. Gah, what now? He thought in pain, trying to control the draconic power in his arm, only to find the source waiting for him at the front gates of the school. Valley. Issei growled as he stood in front of Asia, protecting her from the other man. Hello there, Red Dragon. He said, walking up to the Gremory pawn without an ounce of hesitation. I'm glad you at least remembered me. Issei was holding his hand, trying to suppress the dragon energy flowing through it. Valley casually took advantage of the momentary distraction to put a finger directly in front of Issei's face. So vulnerable. Killing you now would be all too easy. The red dragon jumped back and got ready to fight. Boosted dash. As he said that, a blade appeared at Vala's neck, held by Kiba. This joke has gone on long enough. The knight said, keeping the blade ready to slit the white dragon's throat. It wouldn't do to have you two fight here. Did you think, even with your entire peerage fighting at their best, that you had a chance against Kokabil? Valis suddenly asked, unconcerned with the blade at his neck or the sudden gust of wind. If you doubt your ability to beat him, then you have no chance at defeating Dash. Why are you holding up my students? Valley heard directly behind him, freezing the words in his throat. I'm sure it wasn't to cause a scene, was it? The vanishing dragon turned his head to see Orihime smiling at him, a smile that was lacking any warmth despite how kind it seemed. Well? Valis simply smirked before walking toward his rival and leaning against the bridge fence. Nah, I'm just giving my destined rival some friendly advice. He claimed as the whole of the ORC now arrived and were glaring at Valley. Now Issei, your power is woefully underdeveloped. If I had to give a rough estimate, you'd be somewhere between 1,500 of the strongest to weakest scale, and that's being generous. Work on that, there will be others that will challenge you. He said as he began to walk away. Then stopped to turn back. Also, Rias Gremory, fair warning. Those around the red and white dragon emperors usually have harsh lives. So good luck with that. He gave one more glance to Orihime, a look she recognized on Zaraki whenever he and Ichigo left for a sparring match, the desire to fight a worthy opponent. Anyway, I've said my piece. Good luck. He offered before leaving. Rias let out a sigh of relief, though she didn't show it, as the tense atmosphere faded away. Well, now that that's done, everyone to class. Orihime said with a smile before vanishing in a gust of wind. The majority of the ORC went to their classes, while Issei had to go to the infirmary to try and control the dragon energy. Time skip. Time passed and the day went on for what counted as the new normal for Issei and the ORC. Once his dragon energy calmed down, he attended classes and went home. The biggest news of that day was when he walked in on Rias and Sona in the middle of discussing the coming open house and the following peace summit. Neither were happy about Vala's attendance, considering him and the fallen untrustworthy, but Sona was unconcerned. Something about the mediator being a huge deterrent to any conflict that may happen. The next day was a mostly uneventful open house until Issei made a perfect replica of Rias that his classmates started bidding on. Nothing else unusual happened until a group of students were making a beeline to someone in magical girl cosplay in the school's gym. Is that magical girl Milky Spiral 7 alternative cosplay? Issei asked, recognizing the outfit from binge-watching the series with a client. The girl in question seemed like she was in her teens with long black hair tied into twin tails with pink ribbons. Her cosplay was predominantly pink with black and white accents, consisting of a crop top with a long black sleeve, gloves and white bracelets showing off her midriff, a short skirt with white hip flaps and a black belt, black and dark pink striped stockings, a pink puffy hat with white wings, and a long staff with a star on top. You know that show? Asia asked, not knowing anything about the outfit or the character. A repeat client wanted me to watch it with them. He answered as Saji appeared to disperse the crowd. As they did, Sona and Orihime came into the gym. What's going on? Sona called out, scaring the non-devil students into dispersing. Saji, what was Hello sister. She said, recognizing the cosplayer as her elder sister. Sarah Fall. Orihime cheered out, making her way to the Satan with arms wide open. Orihime. The devil returned as they hugged each other, much to everyone's surprise. So good to see you. Nice cosplay by the way. The spirit user said as Sarah Fall took a step back, twirled her staff around and posed. I wanted to get your opinion. Think Ichigo would like it? She asked, winking with one eye and sticking her tongue out. Orihime and Sona ran a critical eye over her outfit. Definitely looks cute, but I keep telling you that Ichigo isn't into the magical girl stuff. The Citrieris nodded in agreement to Orihime's claim. So not even for KNKY cosplay SEC? Sarah Fall asked with a pout, mortifying Sona with the casual reference to her SEC life. You still don't have our permission to sleep with our husband Sarah Fall, so please stop joking around. Orihime said with a smile, again shocking the devils in attendance. Wait, Kurosaki-sensei, your husband is my sister's boyfriend? Sona asked. The same boyfriend that's the leader of the Shinigami? Yeah, that's right. Orihime answered casually. I also have 9 other sister wives. Whoa. The leader of the Shinigami has a harem? And it's expanding? Issei asked, his fear of Orihime disappearing to envision her in a skimpy outfit with 9 other similarly endowed and cute women around a shadowed figure on a throne with Seraphol presenting herself and walking toward the seated man, asking for his love and attention. He was pulled out of his fantasy by a fist to his face, causing a bloody nose. Please don't compare my husband to the likes of you, Issei. Orihime asked, her knuckles steaming as Issei was brought back to reality. Somewhat. Please introduce me to him, Kurosaki-sensei. I must learn the ways of the harem. He suffered another punch. So glad Kakaku taught me about the Shiba fist. Orihime muttered while rubbing her bruising knuckles. Anyway, Seraphol, I have to ask you to change. Seraphol pouted again but used magic to strip out of her cosplay and into a woman's black and white 3-piece business suit. Ugh. I hate wearing this. The devil groaned out. So stuffy and I can barely walk in this skirt. She said, gesturing to her pencil skirt before snapping her fingers and switching them out with pants. Much better. Can't remember why this isn't my default. Pain in the butt, traditionalist elder devils. Orihime suggested. That's why. Seraphol agreed before turning back to the others. We need to discuss a perfect meeting room here for the summit, so run along. And Sona, I promise to not embarrass my darling little sister. Sona smiled back. Thank you. She returned as the group began to leave, Rias asking how Seraphol managed to mellow out and how she could do the same with Serzex. Once they were gone, Seraphol turned a focused and serious expression to the Godei agent. I'm done playing. I want this for real, Orihime. She immediately said, though Orihime's expression hasn't changed. This seems sudden. What exactly brought it on? She asked, as the temperature seemingly dropped. A number of factors, honestly. Mostly. He makes me feel safe. She held a hand to her chest as she reflected. At first it was political, a union between Soul Society and the Netherworld would be an immense boon to us. And his power, you can't tell me that it doesn't turn you on to be around him when he flexes that Ryatsu. And you aren't the victim. Orihime had to nod at that specific distinction. But being around him, I feel like I can be me. Not Satan Leviathan, not Seraphol the head of foreign relations, just Seraphol Citri. She started blushing with a smile as she looked Orihime in the eyes. My heart's been racing ever since I realized this. That's why I was so confident that Sona would be safe during the Excalibur incident. That's why I want to really be with him now. Orihime responded by wrapping her arms around the devil. Falling in love feels great. Doesn't it, sister? She asked as Seraphol returned the embrace. I'll talk to my other sister wives, but I welcome you to our family. Time skip. Again. The rest of the school open house went by without incident beyond Rias's family meeting with Issei's parents and fawning over her, much to her embarrassment, and Orihime leaving to pick something up from the Shinigami Bureau in Kuo. Something Rias found odd was that Graphia kept nudging her brother about something, but he never seemed to speak about what she was meaning for him to discuss with the heiress. Always seemed to bring up something with his queen, getting more and more annoyed. The latest talk back at the Hayato residence was about her other bishop piece, Gaspar Vladi, locked away in a room in the ORC's building. The devil was sealed in an isolated room because of how dangerous the bishop's lack of control was, especially over the sacred gear, forbidden Baylor view. Anything caught within the user's field of vision was frozen in place via a suspension of time, a danger to friend and foe alike if it couldn't be controlled. Rias questioned what prompted this decision, and Serzex simply told her that Soul Society agreed to help her with Gaspar. She pouted that he was still hiding something, but she was hoping to finally get her precious piece to come out of that room. The young devil never once left it, even when given the freedom to roam the building at night. The members of the ORC stood outside a set of double doors, blocked by police tape and Rias dispelling the seal. Orihime was with them, holding a tray of sugar cookies with red frosting and black candy bats. I'm opening the door, Rias said, reaching for the door handle. At the same time, the other members of the ORC felt something wet inside their ears as the world went silent. Issei saw the spirit master mouth something that looked like a countdown. Once the door opened, they still heard a loud cry of "No!" even through whatever was blocking their ears before it flowed away. "Thank you, sensei," Rias said with a nod before entering the room, followed by the rest of the ORC. "Gasper, it's okay. It's time to come out," the Crimson Devil said, gently trying to coax the young bishop out. "No. I don't want to," the voice of a young child cried out. "It's too scary." The room was pitch black in shadow, a dim laptop screen on an empty table providing the only source of light, with sparse decor and furniture. The most notable item in the room was an oak coffin where a young child was lying, curled up as if it could shield them from the outside and shaking from crying. Orihime handed Asia the tray of cookies as she joined Rias and Aquino as they went to Gasper. There, it's okay, Gasper. You're going to be safe," Orihime said, switching to mother mode. Rias reached down to pet her bishop, just as Gasper latched onto Orihime. "Please don't make me leave this room," the devil begged as the light revealed the bishop's silver hair in a bob cut with violet eyes and pointed ears, wearing the girl's uniform of Kuo. Watching Gasper default to her teacher caused Rias no small amount of annoyance. "Sensei, why is my Gasper hugging you and not me?" she asked, a slight twitch in her eye. "Oh, I break in here all the time," Orihime casually admitted. "I always make time for my students, and that includes Gasper. Besides, how can I resist such a cutie?" she asked, hugging Gasper tightly, causing Rias to pout and Aquino giggle. "She certainly is a cute one. Must be a bishop thing to be a cute blonde girl," Issei said, reaching for a cookie before a ball of red light set his hand on fire. "Two things, Issei. 1, those cookies are for after Gasper comes out, and 2, he's a boy," Orihime scolded, shocking Issei. "A boy? Looking like that?" the pawn roared. "Why? Arias. Is that Issei?" Gasper asked, after Orihime passed him to the king of the peerage, surprising the Crimson Devil. "I kept him up to date," the teacher supplied with a smile. Rias sighed and just accepted it. "Yes, he is Gasper. A lot more has happened as well. So why don't you come outside with us?" she asked as he jumped back into his coffin, latching onto a black stuffed rabbit. "No. I don't want to leave. I'll only cause trouble," he tried to warn. Despite that, Issei was fed up with waiting. "Come on, dude. You heard her," and grabbed onto Gasper's wrist, causing the young boy to cry in terror with his eyes flashing. However, the second Issei grabbed Gasper, Orihime immediately sent out some of the Shun Rika to set up a barrier between Gasper and everyone else. The result protected everyone from the power of Gasper's sacred gear as it was rejected by the barrier. And Issei's hand was cut off. "That was very rude, Issei," Orihime scolded, already healing the injury while he was still numb from shock. "You need to be more aware of those around you. Poor Gasper's agoraphobic," she said, taking one of the cookies from Asia and heading back over to the young devil. "Gasper. It's okay. I'll keep everyone safe. Your peerage, there's nothing to be afraid of with me around," she said, handing him the cookie. "Everyone, show him it's okay," she ordered, prompting each one to bravely take up a frosted sugar disc and eat it. Gasper looked over the group and slowly began nibbling his, rising to his feet, and shuffling over to Rias and taking her hand. The devil smiled as she slowly pulled the young boy out of the room, Gasper following but hesitating once they left the room. They made their way to the meeting room of the ORC. Orihime smiled at her student's progress before feeling her phone vibrate, pulling it out to see the message. Gremory Peerage cleared of surveillance bacteria. The last segment of this one was a little hard to write, mainly because of the ever-present debate in crossovers. Ultimately, who is better? This one is relegated to who's smarter, Ajuka or Urahara. The reason why I have to determine an answer to that was because the original idea to help Gasper was to have Soul Society develop a pair of lenses to help cancel Gasper's forbidden Baylor View sacred gear, but no one could give me a satisfactory answer on why Kisuk wouldn't be able to pull it off. The best argument for Wood is Kisuk made a Longinus tier sacred gear in the Hogyoku and is smart enough that Yawatch was wary of him. The argument for Wooden is that Ajuka created the evil peace system and the Kankara formula that allows him to control phenomenon and abilities once he figures them out, and there's no way Surzex wouldn't ask for his help to assist Rias via containing Gasper's power. If he couldn't, then how could Kisuk? I still say Kisuk could do that because it's related to soul connections and that's Soul Society's main expertise, and creating a sacred gear is more impressive than altering biology enough to transform anyone into a devil. But let me know your thoughts. I'll set up a poll on my profile, click Teloch and show poll on the top of the page, and you let me know what you think. Oh, make Zenovia's Soul Boot Camp. Point stage 1 of her training was to get used to moving around as a soul, playing tag with Kazui and running from Bawabawa until her performance as a soul matched her physical body. Next was to exceed that by tapping into one's spiritual power. The original plan was to sever the soul chain and have Shinigami recruits climb out of a deep pit without using their hands, but that was dismissed due to the unwanted risk of them turning into mindless hollows. Instead, they still had their soul chain, and the training consisted of 1 part meditation to delve into their inner world to awaken their power, and 1 part climbing without their hands. The climbing was done on a series of gray platforms that would start sinking into the loose sand the moment a person stood on it. Not this time. The blue-haired girl growled as she ran up a warped incline, kicking off that to jump onto a ledge behind her and jumping onto the final platform above the incline, seeing the next platform starting ledge getting beyond her jumping limit. No, 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 no. She shouted as she ran and jumped with all of her might. Her foot missed and she hit her stomach on the edge of the platform, grunting out in pain as the air was forcibly shot out of her body, but she held on by pressing her chin against the platform for any friction to keep her from falling and ignoring the pain in her body. All this was in vain as she kept slowly slipping while she tried to fling her feet to the edge. Her heart sank as she heard the telltale roar of Bawabawa as it shot up to her and caught her legs. DMNIT. She roared as she was pulled off and into the hollow's maw. Once she was inside his mouth, the massive snake creature crawled over to where Karen was watching and spat out Zenovia. Again. Karen simply ordered, making the former exorcist look up to glare at her. I hate you. She growled, simply earning a sadistic smirk from her trainer. Good. You're learning. Biblical Peace Summit. Shadow Karakura, Squad 15 Captain's Office. Excellent job, Lady Guzzin. At ease. Ichigo said to a kneeling woman with long silver hair, 2 long black horns protruding from her forehead, and dressed in red and white samurai armor as she rose to her feet. And we still have time before the summit, so let's focus on the important factors. The head captain himself was sitting at the table in the middle of the room with 4 emblem seals representing the Yukai factions of the north, south, east, and west, resting on a table next to a shogi board deep into a game. Things seemed to be falling into place rather nicely. He said, moving one of his pieces while the opposite side moved by spirit threads. Orihime stopped by earlier to pick up the glasses that Squad 12 developed for the damper. Said that Azazel revealed himself to Issei as one of his clients. Yuryu said, still sitting at his desk and doing paperwork for both his squad and the Karakura hospital, with 3 pupils in his eyes. Sometime during Gasper's training Azazel will make his full appearance to the Gremory Peerage with a few other leading members of the Grigori attending the meeting, with Michael and the Angel sometime after that. He paused as Ichigo made another move and Yuryu took his silver general piece. Checkmate in 3 moves. Since they all want peace, the next topic will be trade of various goods between the factions. The hybrid said, analyzing the layout, figure out which strategy Yuryu foresaw. Anyone else we need to bring? I see a somewhat happy reunion between Zenovia and someone dressed like a nun. They seem familiar, so I'd recommend her. The Quincy pulled up a sheet of paper with the names of the attendees that he learned. From the data extracted from Kokabil and Selzen, we can conclude that heaven is sending archangels Michael and Gabriel and exorcists Griselda Quarta and Irina Shidu. The Grigori are sending Azazel, Valor Lucifer, Barakiel, and Shemhatzi. And finally, I can recognize Ajuka and Seraphal attending this meeting with Surzex and Graphia. Ichigo finally made a move and Yuryu manipulated the spirit threads to immediately move his next piece. Checkmate in 2. Quarta huh? What's the relation between her and Zenobia? The head captain asked, analyzing the pieces again. I just know that Griselda is happy to see Zenobia. Yuryu answered. And it appears Zenobia is attending as a soul reaper, so she seems to figure things out or maybe gets a helping hand. Isn't Karen in charge of her training? Yes, but Zenobia is still struggling with activating her spiritual power. Yuryu paused as he kept looking ahead. Seems like you recruit her into your squad. Really? Ichigo made his next move, Yuryu countered it, and Ichigo made his final move, leading his king to be trapped between the two knights and lances. I might as well lend that helping hand then. Ichigo rose to his feet and began to leave, pausing in front of the door. Out of curiosity, who did you pick for the knight and lance pieces? Yuryu blinked as he shut off his almighty. Bambietta, Candice, Menias, and Liltato. He responded, blinking and rubbing his head. I figured they could use some fun. And next time, don't have me use my precognition when we play. Ichigo smiled as he walked out the door, Tomo walking behind him. Underground Training Hall, recruit level. On Ichigo's order, Tomo took his Haori and went to explore the city of Shadow Karakura. With that done he went to the training grounds under the Silbern Fortress, where new recruits from the world of the living trained in the styles of the spirit arts. The training area was expansive, almost mimicking the Mukan prison in Soul Society, so it would give each recruit space and privacy to ease into their new powers. On top of that, each section was completely customizable with a special stone grain that the SRDI made to take any shape once supplied with Raisher to allow anything that the trainees would require. With a Pesquisa spirit sonar pulse, Ichigo found his sister Karen and her struggling student, flashing off to their location. He arrived in time to see Bawabua spit out Zenobia in front of Karen, the former exorcist roaring in frustration, before she was shoved back into her body and given a bento lunchbox. Take a break and eat up. He heard his sister say. I've got to go see the captain. Zenobia was so angry that she wasn't really paying attention, more focused on scarfing down rice and almost choking. Karen gave her a water bottle and flashed over to Ichigo. Almost 3 days and not much improvement, I'm afraid. It's not like you stuck her inside of the shattered. Her brother returned, watching Zenobia finish her food and summoning a broad-bodied sword that resembled a German Grossmesser with a blue blade, gold edge, and a circular guard around the hilt. The decrease in actual danger means an equal decrease in efficiency. Urahara did point out that the soul progresses more when in life-threatening danger, so this safer method loses much of its effectiveness after the first try. He said as Zenobia began making slow and careful practice swings. Is that sword the Durandal I've read about in her file? Yeah. Seems attached to her like a Zanpakuto, but too independent to be linked to her soul. Karen answered while Ichigo hummed and thought. What are you thinking? Well. We could give it a few more days, but Yuryu's precognition suggests that we don't have the time to take things easy. Ichigo released a sigh. Time for a heavier hand. Go enjoy your break, Karen. He said as he flashed away, appearing behind the former exorcist. That's quite the interesting sword you have there. He said, shocking Zenobia into swinging her blade at him as she turned around. She was further surprised when Ichigo caught the blade easily with one hand. Sorry, I shouldn't have sneaked up on you like that. He apologized with a smile as he let go of the sword. Name's Ichigo, Ichigo Kurosaki. I work in the 1st Division. And you're Zenobia Quarta, right? Yes. She answered, still surprised someone could have easily stopped the Durandal with one hand, before recognizing the name Kurosaki. "Are you related to a Miss Orihime?" she asked as she put the holy sword down. "I'm her husband," he admitted, "and I'm Yuzu and Karen's older brother. I had business here so I decided to stop by and visit." Ichigo channeled a bit of his Ryoryoku to his hand and summoned the holographic control panel for this area, a black and white see-through screen that informed him of the settings for the space. "May I see that blade for a bit?" he asked before causing the sand to rise and form a large mesa before the two of them. "I suppose so," she said, curiosity growing at the Soul Reaper before her. Ichigo took hold of the hilt and felt the blade's power, wild and raging, demanding release. "Be careful, the Durandal's difficult to con dash," she tried saying as Ichigo made a single swing of the sword, not even touching the mesa, and it split in two with a deep gouge appearing in the sand floor. The exorcist was shocked while Ichigo's expression remained impassive. He returned to the panel and made 10 giant spires rise up in a circle, with him going to the center. She watched in awe and envy as Ichigo basically danced with the blade, as if Durandal was intimately familiar with him to the point of leaving everything in his hands. The 10 pillars were cut to size in seconds as they fell apart around him, Zenobia swearing she could feel a sense of satisfaction emanating from her holy sword. "Well, there's your problem," Ichigo said before flashing back in front of the girl. "You keep holding it back." He presented the blade back to her, letting her slowly take it into her own hands again. "You're treating it like a tool and not like a partner, demanding that it act according to your conscious command when it's already obeying your subconscious desire." Zenobia started re-examining the blade, thinking about what Ichigo had told her. "That blade has a mind of its own, primitive and running on instinct, and you're too scared to let it loose. Probably why you're also struggling with becoming a Soul Reaper." Her head shot up, eager to get any answer to reach the next stage. "What do you mean?" she asked as he held a glowing hand in front of her face, her vision getting hazy as a result. "The only person who can give you that answer, is within you," Ichigo said, catching Zenobia as she lost consciousness before gently placing her on her back. Next, he separated her soul from her body and severed her soul chain with a blade of rapier. "Now, don't disappoint me," he said before placing an unadorned featureless katana on her chest. Zenovia's inner world. The exorcist gasped in shock as she found herself in a new place and completely alone. The silver-gray and sandy brown of the Silburn training hall was replaced with gray steel all around her and what seemed like a canyon stretching endlessly around her. The rocks were metal, the trees were metal, everything around her was metal. She looked around, trying to get her bearings and make sense of what Ichigo did to her. In some way, the place felt stifling and rigid, but she couldn't shake a sense of familiarity with it either. She was brought out of her musings by the sound of clinking metal, turning to find a Western knight in ebony black plate armor, holding a black Durandal in their hand. "Who are you and where are we?" Zenobia asked, trying to ignore what she could feel as an intense glare. Instead of immediately answering, the knight held out the black Durandal. "Summon it," he ordered, a voice layered with anger but with the calm focus of an experienced warrior. Knowing that the knight's patience won't last, she summoned her Durandal and prepared to fight. However, she noticed an angry red aura around the holy blade, distracting her just long enough to barely have time to block the knight as he attacked her. "Durandal's not the only one mad at you, Zenobia," the knight growled, pushing her back with ease and making a swing that left a deep scratch in the ground as she narrowly avoided being bisected. "You've kept both of us held back, always relying on someone or something else, always following someone like a lost puppy. Well, now we're both on borrowed time because of your weakness." "What are you talking about? Who are you?" she demanded again, knowing the knight felt familiar but not understanding why. "I don't really have a name right now, not that you'd be able to hear it," the knight countered as the realm began to shake. "You'd best hurry up and prove your worth. Clock's ticking." Zenobia growled and charged at the knight. Back at Kuo. And back. Orihime said with a smile as she appeared on top of the school building, holding a black glasses case that contained their means to control Gasper's sacred gear. Before she left, Rias and Aquino decided that Gasper had to get used to being outside but were called away by Serzex, who wanted to discuss Kiba's new holy demonic sword, so the matter was left to Issei, Asia, and Kaneko. Now, where are my darling stew dash? Wah! I hate garlic. She heard Gasper yell, looking down to see Kaneko chasing the timid vampire around with a bunch of garlic bulbs. They're good, you. Eat them. The cat devil said in a monotone, though it sounded like she was just having fun teasing him. Orihime looked over to find Issei and Asia doing nothing about this, as if this was completely normal. The teacher spared a moment to compare this training to the usual training that occurred in the Godii, from the gentle nurturing to the sparing that results in grievous injuries. What separated this from all of that? This was blatant bullying, since Gasper's agoraphobia meant he was already pushing it being outside. Terra, stop her. She ordered before flashing down. In the moment she appeared before Gasper, catching the crying devil in a motherly embrace, a dip formed in the ground before Kaneko and she fell face first into the ground. Now, who wants to explain how this was supposed to help Gasper? Someone who's already having a hard time just being outside? She asked after getting all three into a seiza in front of her with Gasper hiding behind a tree. Well. Issei nervously said, feeling the angry mom aura coming from Orihime. We'd figure that the best place to start would be a healthy body, and Kaneko was getting him to run dash, he was cut off with a karate chop to his forehead. There needs to be a carrot as well as a stick, Issei. The teacher scolded. Take into account that being outside is hard enough on Gasper and think about how you can convince him to exercise with you. Running with him or offering to take him clothes shopping if he gets a good running time. Hearing the clothes shopping got Gasper to pop his head out. Now, Kaneko. Anything to say about that blatant bullying? I didn't mean to hurt him. I was just playing. She said, trying to apply as much charm as could. The result was still a chop to the face. I've helped raise my own and the children of my sister wives. Your cuteness is ineffective, don't bully Gasper. Orihime scolded with Kaneko nursing her forehead with tears in her eyes. And Asia. The bishop jumped while looking at Orihime with fear and whimpering. You should have stepped in to stop that sooner. Be a better sister figure and take action. You should be more sympathetic to him. The teacher said before turning to Gasper and gesturing him to come, causing Asia to sigh with relief. Before still getting hit. Wow. Kurosaki-sensei can be merciless. They heard Saji say as he walked in. I just wanted to come by and see what was going on when I heard that Gremory was allowed to release her bishop. Hello, Saji. This is Gasper. Orihime introduced, with Gasper giving a shy wave. Whoa. Another cute blonde girl. Saji exclaimed, excited for more eye candy. Cute, yeah, but that's a boy. Issei informed him, causing the other pawn to drop to his knees in despair. Ignoring them. The teacher calmly said as she pulled out the glasses case. Here, Gasper, put these on. The young damper gingerly took the case and opened it, finding a pair of simple unadorned glasses, black being the only color on the thin frame with rounded square lenses. The Godi's Randy designed these lenses specifically for you. To contain your sacred gear. What? How's that supposed to work, teach? Issei asked, not understanding how glasses could stop a sacred gear. Simple. Orihime said, shifting into teacher mode. The data I sent back to Soul Society led our researchers to find that Gasper's eyes emitted a light upon activating the sacred gear. This unique light ray is what freezes what it hits, a type of chronostasis, as they called it. To counter that, the lens are designed like a prism to refract the particular light back onto Gasper but in a severely weakened state. Gasper put on the glasses, finding they fit perfectly snug. Wanna test them? He timidly nodded. Okay, go change into a swimsuit. She said with a smile before pointing to the other 4 devils. You guys, go get water balloons. Issei and Saji saluted. Yes ma'am. They proclaimed before running off, Asia following after them. Kaneko disappeared, popping up from behind Gasper. Roar! She said, in a loud monotone, scaring the timid devil. Ah! Gasper screeched, his eyes flashing and his scream ending suddenly before resuming milliseconds later. The glasses work, sensei. Kaneko reported. Good to know. Orihime returned. Everything went dark. For an instant, it was just dark. Gasper whimpered. Is that what it's like? Forbidden Baylor View is a dangerous sacred gear if you can't control it. Soul Society's Ran D is impressive. They turned to find Azazel, walking up to them. Immediately Orihime stood in front of her students. Calm down miss, I'm not looking for a fight. Just wanted to check out some sacred gears. The fallen angel said, raising his hands up in surrender. There's no need for you to pull a repeat performance of what you did to Kokabil. So can you get these 3 off my back? They've been following me since I got on the school grounds. The spirits of Tsubaki, Shuno, and I am appeared hovering behind him. There was a pause before Orihime decided. Tsubaki, come. The black-clad spirit broke into 6 and flew to Orihime. The other 2 will keep you contained if you move in a manner I disapprove of. Don't forget Azazel, your faction was the one that caused the most trouble here. I admit that. So let me offer an olive branch. He said as Issei and the others returned, surprising them with his presence but got ready to fight. Issei with his red gauntlet and Saji with a black chameleon-like thing on his wrist. That kid has the absorption line, have him attach it to the vampire to drain off some of Baylor View's power. Should make it easier to practice. My sacred gear could do that? Saji asked, making Azazel groan in disappointment. This generation. So out of touch with their sacred gears. Absorption line is a fragment of the Dragon King Vritra, who was known as the Prison Dragon. Being able to drain powers was one of his abilities. You could even attach a line to someone else so that the power would flow into them. Train it and you could create multiple lines. Saji looked down to his wrist-mounted sacred gear with newfound interest. Course the fastest way to train your vampire would be to SCK Issei's blood. Oh, that reminds me. Orihime said in a tone that completely killed the tense atmosphere. Saji, I still have some cookies I made to celebrate Gasper leaving his room. Take them and share with the Citri peerage. Yes sensei. Saji said excitedly. Awesome. Her cookies rock. Come on sensei. I'll eat the extras. Please. Issei and Kaneko begged their teacher. Nope. The Citri peerage should have them as well. She said with finality, Azazel sweat dropping at the sight. That woman is something else. He said before walking away. After things calmed down they altered the training with Azazel's advice and progress was made in Gasper's control, though he was still a long ways off from mastering it as evidenced by how soaked he got from all of the water balloons. When Rias arrived to help take over, Orihime gave Saji the cookies for the Citri peerage and went on her way. Later that night she would receive the text that all of the surveillance bacteria in the devils was completely clear. Mission accomplished. She said with a smile, putting down her phone. Now. I wonder who will be joining me here in Kuo. Silburn Training Hall, days later. I'd appreciate it if you were there with us Rukia. Ichigo said into his phone with his wife and leader of the 13th Division, Rukia Kurosaki ne Kuchiki, on the other end. Behind him was Zenovia's 2 bodies, her soul chain almost fully eaten away on her soul body. Outside of our faction, the representatives of the Peace Summit have all gathered in Kuo. Orihime confirmed that Michael of the Angels met with the Red Dragon just yesterday. Michael and Surzex called to inform me that the summit happens tonight. Having you there might help make sure everyone behaves. Not exactly what I was hoping to hear for our date, Ichigo. Rukia responded over the phone. I know it's a shitty date night, but you read the captain's report. Ichigo returned, ignoring the building Ryatsu behind him. Things are gonna get hectic again, but this time it'll drag in all the other factions against a terrorist organization, so I can't prioritize family time. Much to my chagrin. Can't you just get the Soul King to tell us who to eliminate and do that? She asked. If only it was that simple, but that's not how he works. The Ryatsu mixed with murderous intent now. Okay. After the summit, we're taking Hisana to that new amusement park Kukaku set up in West Rukon. I heard they got stuffed chappy rabbits made with top-quality dragon materials. You think I'm that easy? Ichigo could feel her will breaking. Yes. Especially after you got that bunny girl outfit and insisted on that role play. Fine. I'll be there, but I'll be expecting a nice, thick, carrot after we leave. She said in a sultry tone. Thank you, my snow bunny. He said, hanging up and seemingly unaware of the Durandal about to cleave his head in two. At least that's what Zenobia was intending, but the very instant her blade touched a single hair on Ichigo's head he had caught the blade and threw her away. She tumbled once but got back to her feet, revealing her figure clad in white robes wielding the holy sword and lacking a soul chain. Took you long enough, and that Ryatsu isn't bad for a beginner. Congrats on taking your first step as a proper Shinigami. Zenobia kept panting, stabbing Durandal into the ground and leaning against it. Get cleaned up and ready to go. I'm bringing you with me to the Peace Summit in Kuoh. He said before turning away, allowing Zenobia to see and recognize his captains Haori and Division. As he walked, Ichigo looked to his hand, long healed from the deep cut Durandal left. When was the last time felt the need to make me stronger? He asked, feeling the sphere in his body thrummed with power as it made his body adapt. Probably won't be the last time it'll happen this year either. He groaned, looking to gather the rest of his entourage for the summit. Kuoh, the Peace Summit. Issei took stock of the assembling powers as the Gremory Peerage, sans Gasper, who was staying back in the old school building due to being too nervous to attend, made their way to the meeting room. A magic barrier was formed around the school building, made and powered by 3 leaders of the biblical factions, and outside of that barrier was a battalion mixed of devils, angels, and fallen angels. The atmosphere was thick with a suffocating tension, reminding him that though this was a peace summit it wouldn't take much to spark a new conflict. They reached the door as Rias opened the way. Pardon us, she said as they walked in and saw some familiar faces sitting around a circular table with Orihime and Graphia serving everyone tea and coffee. Surzex, Sarah Fall, Sona, the Citri Queen Tsubaki Shinra, a girl with long black hair and heterochromic eyes behind her glasses, and another Satan he heard was Ajuka Beelzebub, a handsome man with slicked back green hair and a mysterious aura. They were on the left side as the Gremory Peerage sat along the walls. The side closest to the windows had Michael, Irina Shidu, who waved at him with an apologetic expression, and 2 others. One was a gorgeous and busty angel with long curly blonde hair and white robes, that Rias gave his hand a hard pinch for staring at, and another woman in her 20s or 30s that was dressed like a nun that seemed to be impatiently waiting for someone. The final occupied side had Azazel, Valley, and 2 more men, one of whom Aquino was glaring daggers at. The one she was trying to kill with her eyes had a gruff face, black hair and beard, and was really muscular, and Issei couldn't shake the feeling that he and Aquino shared some similarity given her heritage as a descendant of a fallen angel. The other had silver hair and looked the youngest of the fallen. As the group sat down, Issei jumped out of his seat as the space in front of the door ripped open into a black void with 9 figures coming out. Apologies for the late arrival, Ichigo said as he came out first, followed by Yuryu, Rukia, Zenobia wearing a Shinigami outfit but was the white and red of the academy uniform and carrying some briefcases, Tomo, Bambietta, Candace, Menenius Macallon, a giant of a woman with curly pink hair, and Liltato Lampard, a girl as small as Kaneko with short blonde hair and liking a lollipop. An odd combination of feudal samurai and modern military. The odd appearance distracted Issei just long enough before he started ogling Candace's skimpy outfit, but before Rias could punish her pawn again, his head flicked back with him grasping his forehead in pain. There were some last-minute things we needed to take care of. Hey Orihime. Candace said with a smile. Been a while, hasn't it? Sisters. The spirit user said, rushing over to her family and hugging her sister wives before pulling Ichigo in for a deep kiss. I missed this. She whispered as he hugged her back. As do I. He said with a sad smile, missing the days when they could just lounge about and play with the kids. Too bad Yuryu didn't see us getting any time off soon. They released each other as Yuryu ordered the Sternritter women to secure the building. Zenobia was staring at the nun in shock, helpless as she was pulled into a tight embrace. I'm so happy to see you're well, Zenobia. She said with a smile as she held the Shinigami in training, a hug Zenobia was hesitant to return at first but smiled as she did. It's good to see you again as well, Griselda. She finally said. Everyone was brought out of their thoughts as they heard the curtains move shut with a bright green light around the parts that moved. Now, let's get a move on with this meeting, shall we? Ichigo asked as his group took a seat at the open section of the table. Presiding over this meeting as the neutral overseer, head captain of the 16 court guard squads of Soul Society Ichigo Kurosaki. Representing the Living World unit of the Godai, Squad 15 Captain, Yuryu Ishida. The Quincy nodded. Representing the Soul Society, Squad 13 Captain, Rukia Kurosaki. The Petite Shinigami nodded. And representing the Yukai factions of Japan, Tomo Gozen. The Oni Samurai nodded. Ichigo then looked over to Surzex, who nodded in understanding. Representing the Devils, Surzex Lucifer, Seraphol Leviathan, and Ajuka Beelzebub. The Satan said, introducing his group as Seraphol waved while Ajuka nodded. Next was Michael. Representing the angels, Michael and Gabriel. The Lady Angel smiled and waved. And representing the church, Griselda Quarta. The nun waved. Representing the Grigori, Azazel, Barakiel, and Shemhatsi. Azazel lazily introduced as the big guy nodded and smaller one waved. Now, the point of this meeting is to end your long-lasting stalemate and establish a time of coexistence between the three factions after the failed attempt of the fallen angel Kokabil to restart the war. Is that agreed? Ichigo asked, getting nods and affirmations. I'm now opening this to any questions before we proceed. You will ask to be recognized beforehand or there will be consequences. Now, who wants to go first? Surzex raised his hand. Go ahead. Thank you. He said to Ichigo before standing. As the head captain said, this whole summit is in response to Kokabil's attempt to restart the war. What have you to say about that matter, Azazel? As the handout I gave stated, Kokabil was acting independently of both my orders and the Grigori as a whole. The fallen angel said. I sent the White Dragon Emperor to deal with him, only for the Soul Society to have already had the situation handled. Azazel turned to Ichigo. I heard that Kokabil went to the true hell. As in the original primordial abyss of chaos and monsters. I've confirmed it myself. The head captain answered. Anything further questions that need to be answered? Michael raised his hand. The angels are recognized. Thank you, Commander Kurosaki. The head of the angels replied before turning to Azazel again. Between the three of us, the fallen angels were the most active party. Do you swear that your actions have nothing to do with war? I've already said Kokabil was acting independently. Azazel said, sounding annoyed at repeating himself. Besides, war doesn't interest me. None of us would really survive. Then Surzex started before looking Ichigo for permission, getting it in the form of a nod. Then why have you been gathering sacred gears all this time? That pause surprised the Gremory peerage, looking at the Shinigami with greater scrutiny. All this time we thought you were gathering power, but you never acted. Research purposes, the Governor General answered, and that's it. I'll happily share the results and findings of that research with you. I'm good with the way the world is and even told my people to stay out of your faction's businesses. Honestly, out of everyone here, I feel like I'm the least trusted one. Everyone in the room admitted to that, even Shemhatsi said Azazel was to blame for that. Sheesh, I figured at least one person would have my back. Then let's make peace already. Any further questions or statements? Ichigo asked, Michael standing in response. Go ahead. It's important to finally end this deadlock. The angel said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. If it continues like this, humans aligned with us and our three factions would only suffer. The deaths of the original Lucifer and our God only brought us to a stalemate, and we can't dwell on what we have lost forever. It is the mission of the angels to dash. God's not really lost actually. Ichigo suddenly said, taking a sip of tea while all three factions looked to him in shock, disbelief, and in the angel's case, hope. I acknowledge I'm breaking my own rule by interrupting, but listening to you can be so dreary, Michael. Anyway, the thing about godly souls versus mortal souls is that gods tend to be linked to immortal concepts back when the world was still in a constant state of chaos and stagnation. So while your god may have physically died, Michael, their soul still remains, waiting to be reborn with all the same power but blank of previous memories. Kind of like that Western show, Avatar, but without the ghosts of past lives. Everyone felt their strengths leave them in the shock, though Valis seemed to bear a vicious grin. But, I wonder if this new god would also prefer peace between you three instead of continued bloodshed? Sup people. It was decided that Zenovia's eventual Zanpakuto spirit would manifest as a Western knight for Shirkai, with the ebony warrior from Skyrim serving as the inspiration for it. That left the question of her actual Zanpakuto Shirkai once she gets it, Diodora arc, since everything I know about her implies something destructive and forceful. So I set up a poll asking what you guys thought would be most fitting for her. Go to my profile and click the vote now at the top of the bio. I tried to make the glasses as realistic as possible for why they could control the power of Forbidden Baylor View. I think everyone was focusing on the sacred gear power part and less on the actual physics part. Ichigo did use Fullbring Bringer light on the windows. Look at Aura Mishabane from Can't Fear Your Own World to see how powerful it can really be. The whole reincarnating gods thing does have precedent as evidenced with Tiamat going from goddess to dragon king, and I like to think creator gods like the God of the Bible would be a bit more stubborn than to let something like dying stop them for good. Look at the Soul King and his ridiculous power set. He died because he let it happen. Anyway, the reason why I brought in more of the leaders of each faction will be elaborated on in the next chapter, since they won't be interrupted so soon. And here's why. Oh make. Meanwhile. And there, last one in place. Candace said as she applied a round device on the outside wall of the school building closest to the old school, a dim flash of light washing over the building as it was subtly switched with an identical one located in the shadow side of Kuo. The current building was completely empty as the Peace Summit was being held in a separate dimension. You know. We could prevent this whole thing if we just captured that kid first. Nah. You heard the boss. Lil Tato said, standing atop the roof with all of the additional guards of the other three factions in full view. Let the enemy reveal themselves, better everyone comes together sooner than later because of it. We're not responsible for babysitting any of the devils, and don't reveal we have precognition. She recited, giving a Cliff Notes version of their briefing. Besides, it's been too long since we got to cut loose. Bambietta said with a vicious grin on her face, standing on a erasure platform above everything. Every attack since that attempted kitty genocide has been too boring to really be called a fight. But didn't Yuryu say that the majority of the enemy aren't much of a threat? Meninas asked, standing in front of the school building. Can we really call it cutting loose when only that white armored figure is a threat? Let's just be happy with what we get. Candace said, seeing a bunch of robed figures making their way to the school building. Playtime's coming. Her bored expression switching to an excited one. A magical glyph appeared above the school soon afterward, and the Quincy Cross medallions on their chests glowed as everything around them was frozen in time. "All right, girls," Bambietta said as she drew her sword, "let's go. Cows moves. Kuo, Peace Summit Room. But, I wonder if this new god would also prefer peace between you three?" Ichigo said, taking in the shocked expressions of everyone in the room, and you could see each mind racing. The devout quickly went from shock to elation, while the devils and the fallen grew concerned and worried. "Let's make this clear, I know that God can be reborn. Not when or how to make it happen, only that it can happen." That didn't seem to matter much to the group, as he could see the start of a cacophonous argument right there as every leader opened their mouths. Before the first voice could ring out, Ichigo slammed an open palm on the table with a resounding crack that stole everyone's attention. "Talk, like reasonable adults. Does knowing about God's rebirth change the purpose of this meeting? Or does knowing that suddenly mean that you would rather restart the war?" They all became calm and returned to their seats. "No. Though the angels will always serve our Lord, we personally do not seek war and conflict anymore, but we will if our Lord demanded it," Michael said, giving the first truly happy smile Ichigo's seen on him, but earning uneasy looks from the devils and fallen angels. "So, while I am still the leader of heaven, our mission will be to make this peace one that even God would desire to keep," Michael declared with determined conviction and focus, a fresh change from the long-standing sorrow and despair that seemed to be his default expression. That same declaration gained similar approving smiles from the other factions. "Love one another as I have loved you, a commandment that we of heaven and the church have failed to follow all too often." And we can trace the devil's prejudice back to the original Lucifer wanting to be the antithesis of God's triad, absolute good, by becoming an absolute evil. Selzen added, thinking back to one devil he was certain was somewhere out there. "Who decided that all the devils had to be like the original? We don't even ask for souls if it can be avoided. Sounds like we all might unite under a single god if this keeps up," Azazel said, almost laughing at the irony of the matter of faithful devils. "But we're missing a few crucial details, like how are we going to manage this? We can already share our knowledge and resources, but something like this needs something far more substantial. Like political marriages?" Orihime suddenly chimed in. "I mean, the different soul races of the Godii used to be at each other's throats 10 years ago. Shinigami, Hollows, Quincy, they hated each other and fought constantly. The Quincy were almost completely wiped out. And then one guy was born that was a perfect hybrid mix, brought them under a united banner, and married at least 2 members of each race," Yuryu said. "Difference is that uniting under our dear Captain Commander was preferable to the stagnation of the Hollows and the parasitic tyranny of the original Quincy Emperor. These guys don't exactly have that set of circumstances forcing their hand." "Well, that's not entirely right," Azazel suddenly said, looking to the silver-hair fallen angel. "Shemhazi, you're up." The angel in question rose from his seat. "While we of the Grigori have been gathering sacred gears, Longinus, balance breakers, and researching them all, we've discovered the existence of what can only be considered a terrorist group attempting to do much the same but with far more malicious intentions by gathering the more troublesome members of every faction. They call themselves, the Cow's Brigade, and are led by the Ouroboros dragon god, Ophis." Hearing this sent a wave of shock and terror throughout everyone in the know. "I remember seeing the name in our dragon archives, but didn't think much of it," Ichigo said, thinking back on a book of draconic mythical figures. "So how worried should we be?" he asked aloud, for the biblical factions to hear, but he was really asking one being in particular. His oaken scar throbbed as the Soul King's voice rang in his mind. Ophis itself is regarded as the embodiment of infinite, for a reason. However, treat them as a child. They isolated itself and never truly grew up, remaining as innocent and naive as children. The real concern is whoever is trying to manipulate them. The Soul King's voice faded as Ichigo returned his full focus to the current meeting, where they decided to inform the other mythological factions of the terrorists but still had to show their own unity first. "So no, I'm off the table and already have a fiancé in mind. Seraphol declared, glaring at Azazel. But think about how it looks politically. The fallen angel returned. A Satan and any one of the Ong-dash, he was cut off when Shemhazai whacked him in the head. Sorry about him. The truth is I myself am married to a devil, and he knew that. The fallen angel announced, much to everyone's surprise while Azazel was having a laugh. Why did you have to ruin my fun, Shemhazai? Because I don't enable your worst tendencies, and you know that. Well, that settles matters between the devils and the fallen, Ichigo said, but what about the angels and the dash? I offer myself to marry Issei. Irina suddenly shouted, rather enthusiastically, making everyone look at her in surprise as she wore a growing blush. I mean. If he and Rias are okay with it. That wouldn't be a bad option. Selzen admitted. The Gremari are an influential family and Issei, being the Red Dragon Emperor, will certainly become a major player in devil politics later on down the line. Okay. Rias said while Issei was still processing Irina's declaration. And thinking something perverted. But why though? Irina's expression shifted to one of shame now. Truthfully, Issei, ever since we were kids I had a crush on you. She admitted, surprising the boy in question. And I was elated to see you again, until I found out you became a devil. And a huge pervert. Issei felt the word slam into his head. It was easy to bury it under a sense of betrayal, like my friend turned his back on me, but Orihime revealed otherwise. The exorcist walked up to Issei. I betrayed you, I let hate and prejudice keep us from reconnecting and making amends. She stood before him, throwing her arms out and opening her cloak to reveal her tight combat bodysuit. To do that now, I offer myself in this political union to strengthen the alliance of the factions, and grant you permission to vent all of your frustrations onto my body. She said. Blushing the whole time. Whoa. Jack Dash. He yelled before getting punched in the head by Rias as she got between him and Irina. Down boy. She ordered. And you, wait your turn. I've got dibs. She told the exorcist, turning and sitting in Issei's lap. Oh.K, I guess that settled that. Ichigo said, thanking everything he was calmer at that age. Although, I was going to bring up the possibility of whether or not the Grigori would still be a separate faction. What do you mean? Azazel asked as the three fallen angels looked to the hybrid. What if the new god apologizes for your banishment? What if you're accepted back into the heavenly host? They'd probably consider you as a valuable consult and advisor since you're all more in touch with humanity than the other angels. Really the only thing that seems to separate your two groups are a color scheme and a disagreement that you're both coming around on. That made the three fallen and the two seraphs look to each other. That. DMN. That makes sense. Azazel admitted as Michael rose to his feet and walked over to the fallen. I'd be elated to welcome you back, my brothers. He said with a smile, with Azazel keeping him at arm's length. Boundaries, Michael. Get a rack like Gabriel's and maybe we'll hug. They were brought back to the meeting as they heard Selzen and Seraphol laughing. This is the most entertaining meeting I've ever been a part of. He said, smiling in good cheer as the mood slowly affected everyone. I'm not entirely sure how much is getting done, but it's certainly far more interesting. I can only hope telling those old codgers back home that I'm going to make a serious effort with marrying Ichigo will be a tenth as fun. Seraphol said between laughs, stopping when the temperature suddenly dropped. Literally. Ah. I forgot to mention that. Orihime said, turning and doing apologetic bows to Rukia. Sorry Rukia, first wife and chairwoman of the Brides of Ichigo. It slipped my mind to mention this at our monthly meeting. Rukia sighed as the temperature returned to normal. Seraphol Leviathan. The captain started, making the Satan straighten up unconsciously. 3 days after this, we will be having a meeting. You will meet the other sister wives and you will make your case as to whether or not you will be accepted. Serafall nodded while everyone else turned their eyes on Ichigo. Yeah, they've been like that ever since I finished my training in Dun Scaith. He told them. I don't argue, I just accept it. I'm too busy to really dictate my love life. Don't complain about having a harem, you lucky dash. Issei was shouting before his face was hit with a ball of blue energy that wrapped around his head and turned into a rubber face mask. I was being lenient before, but what he was saying had nothing to add to anything. Ichigo said with a finger pointing at Issei as the Gremory peerage was trying, and failing, to get the elastic keto off their friend. Serzex, you can free his nostrils so that he can breath. And hurry, I don't think he can afford any brain damage. Serzex proceeded to do just that, creating a thin line of destruction magic to carve out the necessary holes to let his prospective brother-in-law breath. As he did, Gabriel raised her hand. Miss Rukia Kurosaki. May I join Serafall in that meeting? She asked, surprising everyone. Issei almost lost his nose because of that. I don't know what I might be able to offer personally, but I can at least serve as the political bond with the angels. So, you don't care to marry out of love? Rukia asked, feeling annoyed while Gabriel looked confused. But I do love him. I love everyone. She said with a smile, making Ichigo and Rukia compare her to Orihime back when his harem was just starting. She's too innocent. They thought as Serafall stood up. Now hang on you. She started angry but seemed to trail off in thought. Actually, I'm good with that. She said with a thumbs up. And a bloody nose. What was she thinking? Some of the group thought as Ajuka took a stand now. Well, now that we've decided on solidifying some political alliances, I've got a few questions for the Godii. If I may, Ichigo? He asked, Ichigo nodding to the Satan. Can you explain why and how you had both the Citri and Gremory peerages bugged for the past 3 years? As he asked that, all the other devils froze with the angels looking shocked as well, but the members of the Godii didn't betray any emotion. I noticed it whenever I saw either of them, but it was so unfamiliar that I was having a hard time really determining the how. There wasn't anything on them, nothing mechanical or magical, and it seemed like it was inside them somehow. A theory that was confirmed in Sona's and Rias's report that they received a text on their phone telling them about Selzen's ambush. Serzex and Serafall's expressions turned to angry stone while the Gremory and Citri peerages looked horrified. When I tried to have a sample recovered from them, I failed to find anything I could use for research. Yeah. We bugged them. Ichigo casually admitted. A nifty invention of one of our scientists called surveillance bacteria, that they ingested. Usually with some treat Orihime made or from some of the spiked candy Kaneko got from her mascot work with Soul Dragon Candy, one of our living world businesses. The Gremory and Citri peerages were trembling at how vulnerable they felt now. Designed to self-destruct and degrade completely once it sensed being outside of the body and were completely benign, only used for surveillance. Although I suppose he could alter them to be more like probiotics. Do you mind sharing a sample? Ajuka asked, making the other Satans look at him incredulously. It seems like it'll be incredibly useful for keeping tabs on the Great King faction. Ichigo released a groan of disgust. Those old-fashioned pure-bred FS still trying to be a nuisance? He asked before sighing. Don't you have enough evidence to disprove any of their claims? Sadly no, otherwise I wouldn't be asking for a sample. Ugh. Fine. We'll supply you the means to use it but leave the actual bugging to me. I'm certain my stealth forces are better than what the devils can field. Ajuka nodded in acquiescence to the claim as Ichigo returned his attention to Serzex and Serafall. No, I will not in any way apologize for putting your sisters under such strict surveillance. You put them in my country, I know how big a siscon the two of you are, I wasn't going to take the chance of them getting hurt. And you two rampaging throughout the human realm like wild beasts I'd need to put down. I believe you, he pointed to Serafall, said, my favorite berry wouldn't let anything dangerous actually happen. Remember? The two Satans released a sigh as they agreed. Thank you for watching over them, Selzen said. Though I would appreciate it if you removed that bacteria. Already taken care of. They ate cookies with an antibiotic in the frosting. That's why we didn't get the leftovers. Kaneko said, understanding but more upset about being denied the cookies anyway. That reminds me. Zenobia. Ichigo said to the Soul Reaper trainee, who brought over the briefcases. Like I said, I'll turn over the research and Excaliburs after we removed anything that would have compromised the Soul Society. Also, a few of my researchers decided to take a crack at the swords and the crystals. Zenobia opened up one case, revealing dozens of blue gene crystals that Valper discovered, earning gasps of shock from all parties. Completely artificial synthesized crystals, with an estimated potency of 3 times the latest version Valper made. Not a single scrap of a gene was taken from anyone else to make them. Zenobia then pulled out another case, unlatched a side, and slid it open to reveal 3 sword pommels, pulling out each one to reveal an Excalibur that Kokabil stole. She did the same with a few others, revealing more Excaliburs, regular fragments and mixed fragments. We may have gone a tad overboard. This is very generous, Ichigo. Michael said, pinching himself at the veritable treasure trove that the head captain just handed over. Heaven is still the worst off of you 3, this is to help level the playing field until God is reborn. Ichigo explained. Besides, maintaining peace is 1 part friendly relations and 1 part war deterrence. And I'm going to station more Gotei agents in Kuo to deter anyone that plans on starting a war in my territory. That statement made Rias shoot to her feet. Lord Kurosaki, Kuo is my dash. She tried to say before the entire room was caught in a suffocating atmosphere, all the air shot from her lungs and all she saw was Ichigo's stare. It was not angry, it held no contempt, she couldn't even gasp for air or move as each of her peerage fell around her. If you cannot even breath, why did you think you could talk? She heard as her vision began to black out before the pressure faded and the room filled with the sounds of gasping while she fell in a heap. Rias was always confident in her brother's power, but with that display of Ichigo's she began to doubt if even he could defeat the monstrous hybrid. Selzen, I just remembered you didn't tell me who you were nominating as the new overseer of Kuo. The Lucifer flinched while Seraphol and Graphia sighed. You didn't tell Rias she was fired, did you? Wah. Rias could only groan while Orihime, Graphia, Irina, and Zenobia helped them all back into their chairs. Her brother sighed as he could no longer stall. Rias, in accordance to our agreement with Soul Society, Head Captain Ichigo Kurosaki deemed you ill-suited to the position of overseer of the Kuo area and you have been dismissed. He finally said, the words feeling like ash on his tongue, and refusing to look at his sister. Your replacement will be Sona Citri of the Citri household. You are still permitted to be in Kuo, but Sona is now in command. Sona stood, but everyone could see her trembling. I will do my BB best as OOV overseer. She said, still dealing with the aftermath of Ichigo's Ryatsu. There's one more question I have, Ichigo. Ajuka said. I noticed it around the same time you informed us about God's rebirth, but where are we right now? When he asked that, the leaders just then noticed they didn't feel the magic of their barrier anymore. I moved the meeting to the shadow side of Kuo. Ichigo said, using full bring on the curtains to reveal a completely empty space. Like Shemhazai explained with the Cows Brigade, I suspected that some folks that were less than thrilled about the peace summit would have made their moves and attacked us. Like some old Satan faction members, overzealous exorcists, or the more bloodthirsty members of the Grigori. Yuryu pulled out a box with a button. However, if we've settled everything we came here to do, then I declare this meeting over. All in favor? He asked, getting a resounding aye. Yuryu pressed the button and they watched the window and the darkness faded away, replaced by a grey film over everything and blood-stained ruined landscape as the 4 Sternritters were holding off an endlessly spawning army of robed figures and devils with spirit arrows. Azazel asked the question most everyone was thinking. What the hell did we miss? Yuryu pulled out a radio that was connected to earpieces with each Sternritter. Report. He ordered, getting a bit of static before Lotato's voice came through. Hey boss. After we sent you guys off, these robed figures showed up and appear to have taken the vamp kid to use his sacred gear to freeze everyone. Hearing that seemed to have kick-started the recovery of the Gremory group as they gasped and rose to their feet. Gasper. How dare they target my servant like this? Rias roared in anger with her red aura leaking out only to get an icy finger trailing down her neck, courtesy of Rukia. Calm down. You can't rescue your servant if you go in guns blazing and without a plan, no matter how strong your team is. The captain scolded as the report continued, the Gremory heiress forcing herself to calm down. Then this skank calling herself, Cunty Leviathan, I could have gotten that name wrong, showed up demanding where you guys were. Kateria Leviathan. Selzen said in disappointment. So they really are turning against us. Only thing we got out of her before the fight was some world domination bullshit. I managed to get the devil and angel guards out of danger since they were frozen and the only real problem is that one beach. Can I eat? No, I'm starving. She asked, earning incredulous looks from everyone except for those that knew her. Yuryu released a sigh. Let's try and capture the Leviathan if we can, kill the rest. The Quincy ordered as he turned to Valley. You want to join me out there? You look pretty bored right now. The white dragon looked to Azazel, who gave him an approving nod with Barakiel joining the Quincy leader. Valis smiled as they rushed out with the dragon sprouting some kind of blue energy wings, almost obscuring. The sight of a pair of jaws stretching out and biting through anything that was between the teeth while the air was filled with the cackling of electricity, the booms of explosions, and the sounds of crashing. What was formerly a stalemate between the four Quincy and the endless terrorists shifted into a one-sided slaughter. Okay, while they take care of that, do you want to save your little vampire? Ichigo asked, snapping the Gremory members from the horrific slaughter. Bambi was fighting a few devils, now blowing people to bits, Candace was frying them with electricity, Menelaus was tearing them apart with raw strength, and Liltato was eating everything as Yuryu now fought a tan-skinned woman with long brown hair wearing glasses and a rather revealing dress. The odd thing Ichigo and the other spiritually aware noted was that her power seemed to feel mixed in an odd way. Of course. Rias declared as the rest of the Gremory peerage stood by her side. All of my household is precious to me and my own. Irina looked to Michael, asking permission to join them as she took one of the crystals and an Excalibur, now wielding her mimic in a rapid transparency in the form of broadsword with hole in the guard and a protrusion in the back. The angel nodded as Irina smiled and joined the Gremory group. While Azazel gave Issei a couple rings he claims could help him control the boosted gear and forbidden Baylor view. Very well, Rukia, show them the way. The commander ordered his wife as he opened a Garganta. Rukia stepped forward, creating a platform of rasure. Zenobia. Did you wish to join them? He asked the trainee as she wordlessly manifested the Durandal and joined the group. Follow me and stay close. If you fall off, there's no coming back. Rukia declared as she sprinted off, the group of teens following her and making sure to stay on the manifested walkway. Aren't you planning to head out yourself? Azazel asked Ichigo as Grafia was serving the remaining members another round of tea. Yuryu can handle this. I don't want to ruin their fun so early. Old school building. The group of teens walked out of another tear in space, infiltrating the enemy territory and comparing the Garganta to their normal method of teleporting. Kiba summoned a holy demon sword, Akino switched to shrine maiden clothes, and Issei had out his gauntlet to start raising his strength. Kiba and Kaneko took point, leading the group down the hall. Irina and Zenobia were in the back in case of an attack from behind, while Issei, Rias, Akino, and Asia were in the center. Here you go. Good luck. Rukia said, already walking away from the group, much to their surprise. What are you going to do? Issei asked. To assist my allies. That's my priority, just like saving that vampire is your priority. she said before flashing away. The group looked to each other and nodded before bolting down the hall. As they ran they saw the chaos erupting around the school grounds, the veteran devils watching Kateria and Yuryu fight with black energy serpents and blades of blue, while Issei watched Valley at work. They kept going until Zenobia spoke up. "Third room on the right." She called out. "That's where the most energy is located." Choosing to trust their ally, Rias ordered Issei to promote to queen so that he, Kaneko, and Kiba could make the entrance. They broke down the door but didn't enter, growling in frustration at seeing Gasper tied to a chair with a dagger to his neck in a room filled with the robed figures. "Senpai! Kaneko!" he called out as the rest of the group showed up. "Everyone! I'm sorry." He hung his head in despair and shame. Just kill me. I'm nothing but a burden." He begged, breaking the hearts of his household. "You'd be better off with Dash." "Stop talking like that," Rias ordered, having enough with losses for the day. "You're my servant, my family, and I refuse to abandon you. All I do is cause trouble, so don't bother with Dash," he argued back when suddenly the magician on his right was cut across the back, Irina appearing with the rapid transparency Excalibur in hand before moving the other forward as the Excalibur mimic turned into a spear and stabbed the other magician in the throat. The rest of the peerage were just as shocked before leaping into action. The magician stood no chance. "Okay Gasper, let's get you out of that," Aquino said, stepping forward before noticing the spell at his feet. "Ah, so that's how they were doing it. And there's a barrier that Gasper's powering. He can't move from this spot." The queen groaned as she got to work trying to figure out how to undo it. "Please, just kill me and get it over with," the vampire begged again. "If you don't, everyone will dash." "Dude! Shut up!" Issei roared out. "You're one of us, precious friends of the House of Gremory. You can't ask for a more loving household and master than the Prez. We won't kill you or abandon you just because you feel like a burden." He held up his gauntlet and called out a blade, the Dragon Slayer sword Ascalon that he got from Michael. "And as a man, if you don't like something, you change it." Issei dragged the tip of his index finger across the blade and cut himself, surprising the rest of the peerage. "Now come on. Power up and let's end this together. Drink up," the dragon shouted before shoving his finger into the vampire's mouth. His body pulsed and his eyes flashed before exploding into a swarm of bats, overpowering and destroying the seal that held him in place. He reformed seconds later, with the time freeze fully dispelled. "I know Azazel suggested it, but I didn't think it'd be that effective," Issei said as he pulled out one of the two bracelets while Asia healed his finger. "Now Gasper, I don't want to ever hear you talk like that again," Rias said, scolding the vampire. "I want you to cause trouble, so I can scold you lots, then hug you even more. Because you're precious to me," she said before hugging her timid bishop. That hug was soon joined by Aquino and Kaneko while Issei and Kiba just held his shoulders in solidarity. "Now let's get out of Dash." Rias was cut off by the sound of thunder, causing everyone to rush to the window again and seeing Yuryu with his hands ablaze in Raisher, lightning striking around them, and Kateria falling to the ground, missing her wings and an arm. With Yuryu, the Squad 15 captain watched impassively as the devil fell, burned and smoking from the lightning she was struck with. The fight was a non-issue for him, using the Almighty to stay ahead of every move she tried to make against him, and all the magic that was used saturated the area with Raisher that he took full advantage of. He led her around until Candace was underneath and then allowed her to believe she caught him by turning her arm into a tentacle snare around him, boasting that she couldn't be cut. That claim was disproved as he manifested a blade of Raisher that slid through her arm like a knife through water and later her wings, just to add insult to injury. With that done, Candace unleashed a high-voltage lightning bolt on the devil, stunning and frying her into unconsciousness, leaving her vulnerable for Lil Tato to gobble up. And successfully captured. Yuryu thought as he drained the Raisher in the magic gate, disabling it while still maintaining the Almighty, waiting for the actual threat. Now, here he comes. He thought before flashing away, causing Valley to miss as he attempted to tackle the Quincy. For the record, everyone in the Gotii has the ability to sense spiritual power, which is the basis for most everything. He explained to the dragon, now clad in his white balance breaker armor, who he guessed was looking at him in excitement. I kept track of you as you helped fight the magicians, then punched out Barakiel. Not surprising honestly. What, can you see the future? Valley asked, not serious but enjoying the banter. I paid attention to you during the meeting. Yuryu explained. You were excited to hear about God's return, you kept evaluating Ichigo every time Serzex and Michael showed him respect but were especially excited when he showed off his Ryatsu to that Gremory girl, and Orihime told us about the last time she saw you. You aren't the first battle nut she's met, just a bit more subtle about it. Pretty clear you were the traitor that caused this attack. Valley had the nerve to laugh. What can I say, peace is boring, but I don't care for conquest like Kateria did. Neither does Ophis. The dragon claimed as everyone started gathering in the courtyard. I just crave battle. How juvenile. I'm going to attack now. Block it. Yuryu warned before flashing in front of Valley with a Jien made of Rapier in hand and the almighty disable. Valley was thrown off by the honesty of Yuryu's move and moved an arm to block the moment he saw Yuryu's red glowing blood vessels, grunting at the force pushed him back a little. I'm also guessing you're severely disappointed in Issei as a rival. Then how about this, I can arrange you to have a fight with Ichigo if you can push Issei to get stronger. Vala's mask betrayed no emotion, but the lack of movement told Yuryu he had Vala's attention. And here's a hint on how to do that. With everyone else. I suspected, but didn't want to believe it. Azazel said, as the whole of the peace summit bore witness. They all gathered in the courtyard, the last of the invading terrorists slain, watching the battle. Barakiel informed them of Vala's betrayal and was being tended to by Asia as Yuryu made a move that Vala blocked. Hey, is that Quincy going to be alright? No one else is going to die today. Ichigo said as if it was the destined truth. Besides, Orihime can patch him up. So I've heard. You sure that girl doesn't possess as sacred gear? Azazel asked, gaining an interest in Soul Society's abilities. Yeah. Besides, sacred gears are boring. The hybrid said, earning a shocked look from everyone that didn't personally know him. Valley then flashed as Yuryu was struck by a beam of light, cutting off his arm, then kicking the Quincy down to the group. Orihime had Ventus catch him, before letting him down and immediately restoring his arm. Sorry Azazel, but everything about this is dull. Valley called out. Peace between the factions. You've always encouraged me to get stronger, but how can I in a peaceful world? And you, Issei Hayudo, you're the embodiment of disappointing to me. What do you mean? Issei demanded, walking forward and glaring up at Valley. I was born powerful, a descendant of the original Devil King, you were born the most subpar human. Valley taunted. I know we're supposed to be contradictory to each other, but I never expected my destined rival to be so weak. Issei growled as he felt his anger build. Getting mad? Maybe this might make you interesting, become an Avenger. What are you getting at Valley? I'll give you a reason to hate me with all your guts. I'll take away everything you love here and now because you can't stop me. I'll kill your parents, your friends, but first he paused, as if he couldn't believe what he was about to say, I'll take away the melons of the whole Gremory peerage. Starting with Rias. He yelled out, sounding embarrassed about that threat. What? Virtually everyone asked as they tried to understand what Valley just said. Issei was utterly stunned. That. That's not possible. He muttered, looking to Azazel, tears in his eyes as he refused to believe something so vile could be done. Right? He begged. Well. Actually. The fallen angel started, breaking Issei's hope. The vanishing dragon does have an ability called half-dimension, which can warp the space he's in and reduce everything by half. So yeah. He could do exactly that. There was a pause as the bracelet around Issei's arm flashed as he was clad in his balance breaker armor. The veterans of the Godii shot out their hands and manifested a massive spirit barrier, caging the two dragons together as Issei roared in fury with his power skyrocketing. Seriously? Because he threatened melons? Ichigo asked, shocked that this is happening over melons. There's nothing Issei loves more than my sisters and BRSTS in general. Selzen answered as the other leaders added their power to the barrier. Valley. Issei roared as he shot at his rival, instantly tackling the white dragon and punching him. Valley immediately used his power to divide Issei's, but the manic melon lover still packed enough strength to crack both their armors with that attack. With each punch he threw, Issei swore to protect the melons of each member of the Gremory peerage, until they both landed on the ground and Valley's armor fell apart. All that, just because I threatened some useless lumps of meat. Valley said, chuckling as he got back to his feet and purposefully goading Issei on even further. How interesting. Issei saw a cracked blue ball, a piece of Valley's armor, and dove for it. Never insult the greatness of melons. He roared, getting ready to fuse the gem with his own armor, only to suddenly feel his brain shake as a blow to his chin spun him around before falling unconscious. The armor dispelling and the bracelet falling apart. And that's enough of that. Ichigo said, his own fist glowing with power, before turning to Valley. That's your cue to leave. Valley merely laughed. He was immediately cut off as his head was blown off before he could manifest his armor again. Or at least, that's what he thought happened. The truth was that Ichigo immediately flashed behind him and pulled out his witch kit, a tool from Wing Bind made to battle dragons, which was shaped like a black flintlock pistol with white horns akin to his own hollow forms at the end of the barrel, and blue flames on the grip. He was stunned, both his battle instincts and Albion himself was telling him that Ichigo would end him the instant he did anything. And considering the beating he took from Issei, he couldn't think of any way out of this that didn't end without him either dead or severely crippled. Valley. He heard someone say as everyone else saw a magic seal appear with a figure dressed in light Chinese armor coming out, wielding a staff. Next thing anyone noticed was another Ichigo appearing above him and kicking the guy in the head, sending him slamming down before yet another Ichigo appeared before him with his gun under Valley's chin and his foot on the other guy's neck. It was so fast, no one could even move. New guy, name and why you're here. The captain demanded, keeping an eye on the guy's staff while the two speed clones disappeared. Bibiko. Descendant of Sun Wukong HH. He cried out as Ichigo applied more pressure on the now identified monkey Yukai for moving his staff just slightly. I came to get Valley. Ichigo hummed before pressing more down on Biko. Ga. The Cow's brigade are about to fight the Norse gods and I came to get him. Ichigo hummed again before pointing the gun to Valley's chest and shooting, just enough power to send Valley flying back before kicking Biko into the dragon. Now get out of my country. The hybrid ordered. Next time you cause a mess like this again, I won't be so lenient. He warned as Biko quickly cast a teleportation spell and vanished. Ichigo put his gun away and flashed back to Issei, where Orihime was examining him with the rest of the peerage crowding around. What's the diagnosis, Heim? Just exhaustion. Nothing to really worry about. The teacher said, letting Rias cradle her pawn to her chest. Nice timing when you knocked him out. Azazel said as he, Selzen, and Michael came over. Though I'll admit, I did want to see him try to fuse with that frag dash. He was silenced as Ichigo punched him in the head. If you were less focused on sacred gears and more about managing your group you would have noticed Valley's betrayal sooner. Ichigo scolded while the fallen angel nursed his new lump. Ichigo then repeated the same action with Selzen. The next time one of the old Satan group pulls a stunt like that in Japan, I'll storm the Devil Netherworld personally and wipe out every adult descendant of the old Satan faction. Alright. Sorry about that. Selzen said while Grafia took the role of a concerned wife, nursing her husband's lump. Now, with everything settled on our end, we're leaving. Ichigo said, opening a garganta for him and the rest of his group. One of you keep me up to date with this. The Cow's Brigade is a threat we all must face. They began to leave before Liltato stopped, and turned around. I almost forgot. She said before her mouth grew to titanic sizes and coughed out the angels and devils that Michael, Azazel, and Selzen brought with them. Kept them safe in my non-digestive storage stomach when the Cow's Brigade attacked. You're welcome. She said before running to join her group. That was gross. Kaneko said while everyone else shuddered. Yeah, I'm a Christian and am letting my biased opinion on God come in, so we get a united biblical faction. Deal with it. The Soul King is one of the primordial entities since his mythos states that he protected the first denizens of the world from the primordial hollows, so of course he would know about Ophis, Great Red, and Trihexia. After getting a Yama stare, Rias is now going to get her head out of her butt and swallow that pride by training herself now. Issei will need a bit more work. I'm of the belief that much of the magic in DxD still uses a form of Reisha Ryuryoku, so the Quincy can actually be anti-magic troops. How did Ichigo bitch slap Valley with ease? Even when sealed enough so that he can be in the world of the living, he's among the top 10 strongest beings. When not holding back, he's in the top. I'd argue Yuryu and Kenpachi Zaraki could be on that list too, but Yuryu can't perpetually use the almighty like Yawatch could and Zaraki would be in on sheer power, but lacks the same divine durability that would put him around Thor's level. He's still the strongest and toughest Shinigami, even Ichigo still has a hard time fighting him. Enough reviews and support, and I'll show you what Seraphol was thinking about in the next chapter. Oh make Yuryu's specific advice. Threaten melons. The Quincy said, causing Valley to retract his face mask. Huh? He asked, using the only word he could actually form at the moment. I know, it sounds dumb, but threaten melons. Threaten to take away the melons of his peerage, specifically Rias's. Threatening to kill his friends and family won't have nearly the same impact. There was a pause. Please say you're joking. I wish I was. Zenovia's new sleeping arrangements. Alright trainee. Karen called out, walking to Zenovia's dorm room in the Silburn Fortress. Time to get back. 2. Zenovia had nothing to her room at the moment beyond a desk, bed, a closet filled with training uniforms, her Aswachi, and the Durandal, so Karen wasn't expecting much. But she wasn't expecting to find Zenovia cuddling with the large holy sword like it was a body pillow. Sorry. Neglected. Love you. She heard the girl mumble as she sleepily rubbed her face against the flat of the sword. This is actually kind of sweet. Karen decided. In a weird way. She let this go on for another 5 seconds, before kicking the bed frame so hard it flipped. Zenovia woke with a shout as the bed fell on top of her. Get up. Training starts now. Issei remembered something. The Gremory and Citri peerages were in the student council room, doing the paperwork to officially name Sona as the new overseer of Kuo, with Orihime overseeing the process. After the fight, Issei needed a whole day just to be able to move again. Now that he was, Asia and Kiba were explaining what happened to Issei. And everything was settled peacefully. Thank God. Asia prayed before getting a sharp pain in her head, seeing that clicked something in Issei's head. Ah! He cried out, surprising everyone in the room. I forgot to talk to Michael about Asia. Ah! About what? The former priestess asked, reeling from Issei's outburst. About your banishment and if he could make it so you could pray without getting headaches. He kept yelling, raging about Valley and the Cow's Brigade making him forget things in the heat of battle, cursing out Ichigo for knocking him out for the rest of Michael's stay. While he did that, Orihime took out her cell and texted this very matter to her husband. Ichigo's got a direct line to Michael. He said he'd ask for you. she said, after receiving a text back. I'm still mad about it. Issei returned.